lower level to access and use digital technology than boys, and often they are not benefiting from the digital technology the same way as boys. Girls also do not, I don't know, some of them are not tech inclined, and the ones that are tech inclined are not going towards the directions that we want them to go. ICT has changed the way we communicate and interact with each other. However, like any technology, ICT can also be used on and has also been used. I can't talk when my madam is here. She was the first chairperson of FIDA Rivers. She's a member of our board of trustees. You're welcome, ma'am. Permission to carry on, my lord. Thank you. As I was saying, I said ICT has changed the way we communicate and interact with each other. However, like any other technology, it has also been used for negative purposes, including the perpetuation of gender-based violence. Gender-based violence, as we know, is anything that results in physical, sexual, psychological harm or suffering to a person based on their gender. In recent years, ICT has become an integral part of our lives, shaping our daily routines and behavior. And while it has also brought numerous benefits, such as facilitating communication, enhancing access to information, and promoting economic growth, it has also created new risks and challenges, particularly for women and girls. One of the most significant issues is the use of ICT to perpetuate gender-based violence against women and girls. The use of ICT gender-based violence is a growing concern globally, not just in Nigeria, particularly for women and girls, who are often the primary targets of such violence. In this paper, we will explore the risks and rights of women and girls in the context of ICT-facilitated GBV. Let's first of all define ICT-facilitated gender-based violence. It refers to any form of violence against women and girls that uses digital technologies. This can include acts such as cyber stalking, online harassment, non-consensual distribution of intimate images, and digital coercion. The perpetrators of ICT-facilitated GBV can be anyone with access to digital technology, including intimate partners, acquaintances, and strangers. Anyone can do it. Once you have access to the internet, the person can perpetuate GBV. What are the risks involved? ICT has enabled perpetrators to commit GBV more easily and without being known, and on a larger scale. There are several ways that ICT is used to facilitate gender-based violence, including cyber stalking and harassment. The use of ICT, particularly social media platforms to stalk and harass women and girls, is a growing problem. It is a growing problem because cyber stalking involves repeated and unwanted attention. I can tell you here, if we ask 80% of the women here that are on social media, if they receive unwanted messages in their messengers and all their social media apps, they'll tell you yes, they are being stalked. It is unwanted, and it keeps happening day after day. It's actually a crime. In Rivers State, it's a crime under Section 15 of the VAP law, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law. So it's something that is on the increase, and we don't know why. Cyber stalking involves repeated and unwanted attention, including messages, comments, requests, which can be distressing and invasive. It can also lead to offline stalking, sexual harassment, and even physical violence. When someone stalks you online, person can trail you using your digital footprint. We leave digital footprints wherever we go. You log into somewhere, maybe you have traveled or you're in your house, you post, and they know that this is your house. You're on your street, you post, they know that this is your street. You're in front of your house, you post, and they know this is the front of your house. So you can be, anything can happen. A lot of things have happened from the internet. People have died, women have been raped. Let me talk about a recent case we had. A young girl, a sickler, she's a sickler. She was in Unical. She was chatting with someone online. She kept chatting with the man. The man said he was unmarried, this, that. She should come visit him in Port Harcourt. Girl left her school, came to Port Harcourt to visit the man. The man locked her up, raped her repeatedly, locked her inside the house. It was a one-story building. She couldn't come out. There was just a security man in the house. She asked the security man, open the door. The man said, I can't open the door. The only way for you to come out of there is for you to jump. And the girl jumped. She jumped from the one-story building and broke her spine. As I speak to you, she's in the hospital. She's in the hospital. She's unable to move. The man is behind bars. Luckily for us, he's behind bars. So it started from online stalking to real life rape to her being unable to move. So what we're talking about is real. Another risk that people experience is revenge pornography. That's the non-consensual sharing of intimate images online. It's one of the ways that have been used to facilitate gender-based violence. It is also on the increase in Rivers State. I don't know about other states, at least I know about Rivers State. We have a lot of young girls that their pictures and videos are being uploaded by their intimate partners because maybe they have ended the relationship and they want to move on. We have a lot of cases. Some of them are ongoing in court. Some of them have ended. And some of them too, the victims do not want to go on with the matter. So it's something I think you should go home and educate your children also, that they shouldn't share their intimate images with anyone. I'm sure some of us watched a TikTok video of a very young child that was dancing on TikTok. Very young. I think that girl was 11 or 12 or 13. I don't know. She was that age range. But she had access to the internet. And she didn't know what she was doing, but she was doing it. And she had a lot of followers. So it's something you need to watch and ask your children, what do you do online? Open their phones and check. For those of them that have phones, check. Follow their digital footprints online. Online abuse and trolling. That happens a lot. That involves using ICT to make abusive comments, threats, or engage in hate speech. Women and girls are targeted by online abuse and trolling, particularly if they express opinions on social or political issues. They try to shut you down, that you don't know what you're talking about. So we experience that a lot. When you talk, they say, oh, you're a woman, you're nothing but a woman. So you shouldn't be talking too much. You don't, this one doesn't even know what she's talking about. But you know what you're talking about. It's a part of the things that we're talking when we say ICT facilitated GBVs. The impact on women and girls' rights. The gender inequality persists around the globe. The latest available data on Sustainable Development Goals shows that the world is not on track to achieve gender equality by 2030. They are not even on track, according to the reports there, that in the next 286 years, it could take up to 236 years to achieve based on the current rate of change. Based on what they see on women's representation in positions of power and decision making, it remains below parity. Gender equality in its most extreme form is expressed through gender-based violence and violence against women. Yes, we're calling it gender-based, but we know most times this gender-based is perpetrated against women. So GBV is more of a woman's thing. We know it's more of a woman's thing, women and girls. A study of women in 51 countries revealed that 38% of the women surveyed had personally experienced online violence, including hate speech, online and ICT-facilitated violence against women increased during the COVID-19 global pandemic as women spent more time online. I want to believe we all spent more time online during COVID-19. COVID-19 opened our eyes to a lot of things, a lot of learning. There were a lot of resources. I did a lot of courses online that period, free courses. It showed that we could do anything, we could buy anything online, get it delivered. And I'm sure that is the way a lot of us have gone. Even in this new cashless society, we have all gone online, we're shopping online. So that exposed us also to a lot of GBVs during the COVID-19 pandemic as women spent more time there. An important step towards achieving gender equality and equity will be to make sure that women are able to participate safely and meaningfully in online spaces. In Nigeria, there has been a surge in technological and digital advancement. It has affected the economy, businesses, and social interactions. It is now incorporated into our daily life activities. That's why it's pertinent that technology is used as one of the tools to combat gender inequality, and also to ensure that we do not create a wider gender gap in the society. We should use that same technology to our advantage. We should use it to ensure. How will we do this? Those in charge of the technologies should create room for reporting platforms for you to be able to report whoever has harassed you. We should have emergency call centers online and all that. We can do it using the ICT that we're talking about. The risks and impact of ICT facilitated GBV. The use of ICT to perpetuate GBV can have serious consequences for the physical, emotional, and psychological well-being of women and girls. It can result in a feeling of shame, guilt, and isolation, which can lead to a reluctance to seek help or support. Moreover, it can have a significant impact on women and girls' mental health, leading to anxiety, depression, or even suicide. We know that when the person has been over-harassed, the person can decide to take her life. The person can do anything. Depression is real. We all know depression is real. It can lead to anxiety and all that. It also has long-term effects on women and girls' economic and social opportunities. For example, women who are targeted with non-consensual distribution of intimate images may face significant challenges in finding employment or housing. Not only that, some of them will carry that stigma with them for a very long time. And some of them also will rise above it. Some of them will rise above that situation. It depends on how the person decides to carry he or herself, or how the person psychs herself and say, okay, I won't allow this affect my mental health. I won't allow this affect any part of my life. I will move on with my life. That's why we always encourage people to speak up. When there are issues, when someone is blackmailing you, speak up. When someone threatens you, I will release your pictures, speak up. Let the proper thing be done. Let the person be arrested. Speak up and ensure, don't just speak up. When you speak up and help is provided, the police starts their matter. Please do not go halfway and settle and say, okay, I'm not doing this again. I want them to pay me off and I go. No, you cannot settle crime. A crime is a crime. It cannot be settled. So once the person reports, follow up. Ensure the person follows up to the end. Furthermore, women and girls have become hesitant to participate in online activities, which can limit their access to educational and employment opportunities. ICT gender-based violence has a severe impact on the rights of women and girls, including their rights to privacy, freedom of expression, and security. The use of ICT to facilitate gender-based violence can also lead to self-censorship, which undermines women and girls' right to participate fully in public life. Let's look at right to privacy. Women and girls have the right to privacy, including the right to control their personal information. ICT facilitated gender-based violence can violate this right by sharing private images or personal information without consent, causing humiliation and harm. We know that things that you do not want to share, someone will share. We're all aware of one actress and her ex-husbands and the kind of dirty things they have published about each other. Those are the things that you talk about. You say, oh, why is this in the public place? A lot of things shouldn't be in the public place, but because of this, your right of privacy has just been invaded and anything is out there. Any information is out there, both true and false. And sometimes the false information goes further than the true information. Freedom of expression. Women and girls have the right to express their opinions freely without fear of reprisal. ICT facilitated gender-based violence can silence women by threatening them with harm or creating a hostile online environment which discourages them from expressing themselves. Sometimes you have an opinion, you want to air it. You know that this is what you want to say. But because of what people will say, how they will attack you, you just tell yourself, let me just keep quiet and endure it. That is one of the things ICT-based violence is causing. Cyberbullying, they bully you. Once they bully you, just go and say, okay, let me delete the thing. I don't want trouble. That is another aspect of it. The bullying is just too much. Security. Women and girls have a right to live free from violence and the fear of violence. ICT facilitated GBV undermines this right by creating an environment of fear and intimidation, which can have long-term psychological effect on victims. Sometimes you're talking online and someone will tell you, I will come for you. You're now imagining, this is an online conversation. How would you come for me? You're being threatened, your security is threatened. And sometimes this stops you from doing what you should do. And sometimes these threats, these online threats are actually carried out. They are carried out. Someone can say, okay, I will get to you. And the next thing you see, they are stalking you. The next thing they have attacked. So the same way that the ICT is helping us is also bringing us some harm. What are the rights of women and girls? The use of ICT to perpetuate GBV is a violation of women and girls' human rights, including their right to privacy, security, and freedom from violence. The United Nations has recognized that the use of digital technology can increase GBV and has called for actions to prevent and address ICT-facilitated GBV. How? Prevention and response. Preventing and responding to ICT-facilitated GBV requires a multifaceted approach, including legal, policy, and technological measures. We're lucky that we have some laws in place in Nigeria now that we can use if we go to court. We have our VAP law, we have the cyber crime law, and all that. It can be used. Government and international organizations must ensure that laws and policies are in place to address ICT-facilitated GBV, including criminalizing acts such as cyber stalking. I've already told you that that is an offense in Rivers State, at least in Rivers State and in Nigeria. Online harassment and non-consensual distribution of intimate images. These are all crimes in Nigeria. They are all crimes punishable in Nigeria. In addition, technological companies have a responsibility to design and implement tools to prevent and address ICT-facilitated GBV. This can include features such as reporting mechanisms, content moderation, and user education. They owe us that at least. At least I know on Facebook you can report and the person's account can be blocked. In conclusion, ICT has created new opportunities for communication and interaction, but they have also created new risks, particularly for women and girls. ICT facilitated GBV is a growing concern globally, and it has severe implications for women and girls' rights, including their rights to privacy, freedom of expression, and security. Addressing ICT facilitated gender-based violence requires multifaceted approach. I've already said that it is essential that we raise awareness about the risks associated with it, and to work together to prevent and address this type of violence. By recognizing and responding to ICT facilitated GBV, we can ensure that women and girls are able to access the full range of opportunities and benefits that digital technologies offer. Thank you very much.
Your hands together once again for Barrister Mrs. Adata Bill Briggs. Your hands together again. I believe she did well. Oh, Mama said very well. Okay. So if she did well, I think every good lecture deserves a question or two. So at this point, we'll entertain just 2 questions. And of course, she is an authority in the topic given, so she will do doing justice to that. Please, your hands. Okay. All right. Once again, let's welcome the presence of our mommy and our keynote speaker for today. Your hands together for Retired Justice Mary Peter Otile. Your hands together for her. It will interest you to know that Mama's husband is the golden governor. Your hands together again for Mama. Mama, permits me to call you my Lord. You are doing well, ma. God bless you. All right. Okay. So now the program kicks off officially. And we'll start it because our keynote speaker is here. Please, I would love to crave your indulgence as we rise up for the national anthem. TJ. Thank you very much. Please, your hands together as you take your seats. So permit me at this point to also make Mama greet us. You get why? You know, Mama, they said I should inform you that they want to inculcate you to this association. So Mama, you're going to greet us. So permit me to call the chairman to do the greeting. Then we'll pass the mic to Mommy to do the greeting. And after that, Mommy is an automatic member. Your hands together for Dr. Teresa.
Thank you, Mr. Terence. You are doing great. Please, can we applaud him for doing a real good job this morning? And, you know, one thing people think is that it's all women affair because they say it's International Women's Day. But I keep reminding us that we have a mother, we have a sister, and we have a wife, we have an auntie. So it's all our thing. So thank you so much. God bless you. Mommy, good morning. I want to greet our mother, Her Excellency, a retired Justice of the Supreme Court of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, retired Justice Mary Ukego, Peter Odili. Mommy, you're highly welcome. We are so elated that you so honored us and you are in our midst. In fact, when you gave us approval, it was as if we should jump to the sky. Thank you so much for honoring us. We are so, so grateful. God bless you, ma. Mommy, by extension, our regards to our father, Dr. Otunaya Peter Odili. Thank you so much, ma. All right. I want to also recognize the presence of the provost of this college, Professor Franklin Lerum. And he is a co-host of this program because he has done great, you know, and although our guest too, and also standing in for the chairman of this occasion who had an emergency call this morning from the government house to be in a function, and that made him unavoidably absent, you know, and mandated him to stand in for him. So, Prof, you're welcome. We recognize you. Thank you so much for making all these facilities available for us and making them just like that at our disposal. We are truly grateful to you. Thank you so much. You're welcome too. We also want to recognize our mother, Okay, sorry for the interruption. I'm really, really sorry for that. I also want to recognize a woman of substance too. I know that we are all women of substance, but I think that God too has put people in categories and graded people too. And we want to thank, appreciate, and recognize the presence of Barrister Mrs. Bibian Okebule. She happens to be the wife to the Vice Chancellor of Rivers State University. Not only that, she is also the president of the Tertiary Women Association in Rivers State, all the tertiary institutions in Rivers State. She is the Controller General. And she also has even the Rivers State Women Association. She is also the head. So you can see that if I want to say a tripartite, or she's even more than that. So please, can we welcome her presence? Thank you, ma. You're welcome. Thank you for doing us this honor too. We are sincerely grateful. And we also want to appreciate your women that came with you. Our women, please, can we just, I think she's also in charge of feeder too, you know. So she's multi-talented, multi-faceted. So, ma'am, you're welcome. Thank you so much. We also want to recognize our resource persons who have made it their ways down here. At least one of the persons who just finished giving us a talk now, she is the chairperson of FIDA in Rivers State. You know, so Adata Bio Esquire, Briggs Esquire, thank you so much, and thank you for your lecture. We enjoyed it. I'm sure that we will ask you more questions at the end of the day because you need to enlighten us the more. I just wish most of our young girls were here to also be enlightened. I also want to recognize the presence of Dr. Sonny Orike is also one of our lecturers. And every other lecturers. I also want to recognize, thank you. Please, can you applaud him very well? Because he's really going to charge up this house. You know, we will have to bring him out from the cathedral. And he will do something that you'll really be very excited about. Thank you so much, sir, for honoring us. You're welcome. We also want to recognize, we have Professor Ada Ibebulam. Please, Prof. Ma, can you come closer? You are a resource person and you are sitting down there. It's not good now. Please come closer. Thank you. You're welcome, Ma. We appreciate you. We also have Dr. George, Dr. Ibitoroko George Opuda. Please, can we appreciate her? And we also have Dr. Mark Fibresima. Where are you? Please, can you wave? All right, you're all welcome. And last but not the least, we are going to be also recognizing in our presence, although my husband, but is also one of the resource persons here, Professor Z.E. Jeremiah. Can we appreciate him? Can you appreciate the house? We have our senior colleagues and mothers here in the house. Please, can we appreciate Professor Gloria Wokem? Please, ma, can you greet the house? We also have our mommies. One more time I tell people, I say, if you don't have a mother, you are done for. And I always leverage on this, our mothers. And I so much appreciate them for the assistance, for the support they always give me. Can I appreciate Mommy Blankson? Please, can you greet the house? And also Dr. Mrs. Cecilia Nduku. Can we appreciate the house? So please, I appreciate every one of you and I welcome you all to this important occasion. Effective, can you appreciate the house, please? We have so many male support in this program and we are really, really grateful for your presence. And they have also made available so many things for us. So please, if I do not want to waste, okay, sorry, I omitted somebody. I'm sorry, please. Can we appreciate the sister of our mommy in the house? I'm so sorry, ma. I almost forgot. Mrs. Nena Obonna. You're welcome, ma. Thank you so much. You see, mommy didn't come alone. Mommy had to come with the family. And we so appreciate you. Please, can we give applause to our mother? She deserves even much more. Thank you so much. Please, without waste of time, let me just rush through my speech so that we'll be able to give our mother the stage to give us her keynote address. And I want to say this is an address presented by the chairman of Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, Rivers State Branch, Dr. Theresa Awotu Jeremiah, on the occasion of the International Women's Day celebration and workshop held on the 8th of March 2023 at College of Health, Science and Management Technology, Rumeme, Port Harcourt. Having done the protocols, please permit me to go into my address. Thank you. On behalf of the state executives, the International Women's Day Planning Committee, and members of the Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists, Rivers State Branch, I heartily welcome you all to this great epoch-making occasion, this 8th day of March 2023. A day set aside globally to celebrate and recognize the contributions of women in multi-sectors of the society. This year's theme is tagged DigitALL, Innovations and Technology for Gender Equality. The emphasis and focus is on championing the advancement of transformative technology and digital education among women and girls. Innovation is a driver of change. And by embracing new technologies and championing unique skills and knowledge of women, we can accelerate our progress towards a gender equal future. While innovation has the power to transform lives, access to inclusive digital technologies and education are critical. As women, we must innovate to close the digital divide that keeps so many women offline and away from new opportunities. This year's celebration is unique and very strategic because our mother, an achiever, a go-getter, and a pace-setter, Her Excellency, wife of former Governor of Rivers State, Sir Dr. Peter Otunaya Odili, and a retired Justice of the Supreme Court of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, retired Justice Mary Ukego Peter Odili, CFR, who is our special guest and keynote speaker. Please, can we applaud her? She will be X-raying on the theme. Seasoned, experienced, and high intellectuals from specialized fields within and outside the profession are also fully equipped to deliver lectures on the accompanying sub-themes. We trust that all lectures will be very impactful, revealing, and beneficial to all. The other special features of the workshop and celebration includes we're going to be having panel discussions. We're going to be talking about things that affect us generally. We're also going to be looking at, we also have a free medical testing that is out there for every one of us to access. And this early morning, we had also a fitness exercise to keep our body and souls together. At this juncture, I wish to appreciate and also greet you warmly for finding time to join us to make the memory of this occasion a lasting one. Thank you for coming. Please relax and enjoy every bit of this event because it was packaged just for you. And it was packaged with you in mind. So I can at this point say God bless you for coming. We will not fail to acknowledge the special contributions and support of the management of this institution, headed by Professor Franklin E. Nlerum, for providing us with this venue and every other assistance we ever requested for. We also wish to appreciate the support of colleagues within and outside the profession. Your contributions went a long way. In fact, it has gone a long way. So special thanks also goes to Dr. Solomon Campbell. Please just permit me to say a little bit about him. I don't know him too much, but he has been of a great support to us. In every of our program, his name keeps recurring as giving us support. So please, let's applaud him. I don't know if he is here. If he's not here, please, let's applaud him. Thank you for, he has been of great support for us, for always being on standby for us. We thank our registrar and CEO, Dr. Tosan Irabo, and the Medical Council of Nigeria, Medical Laboratory Council of Nigeria, for approving this workshop. We also use this opportunity to congratulate our registrar and CEO for his reappointment. So please, can we applaud him? Your laudable works are truly speaking. I also wish to appreciate our national president. I think they all gave us a go-ahead, Dr. Lorena Okoro, and the International Women's Day Planning Committee, and everyone that has contributed in no little measure to make this program a great success. We truly appreciate you. I say long live Nigeria, long live Rivers State, long live Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria, long live the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, long live the beautiful, intelligent, and adorable ladies, and long live Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria. Thank you.
Now hold on. You know, we started by saying you have to add the Lord here to what we are doing as females. You know, right now I'm affiliating them to, you know. So Ma, you greet the wonderful ladies here. Take the mic to Mommy. Mommy has to greet them. In doing that, Mommy is already a patron. Say amen.
Amen. Mommy had already accepted us even before now. So that is even the more reason why Mommy is here. So please can we applaud her? Mommy, let me just obey instruction. Thank you. Okay. I think we have an acronym. Can we elect the house? When I say BIA, you say beautiful, intelligent, and adorable. BIA. Beautiful, intelligent, and adorable. Please, our mommy will be saying that with us. Thank you, Ma.
Area way. Area way. Thank you very much. I am happy to be a member of your association. I don't have a choice. My husband is a medical doctor. By God's grace, I have a daughter who's a medical doctor. And our son is a medical microbiologist. So I'm in the house. Thank you.
Oh, Mommy, thank you so much. Thank you, Ma. All right, so you're happy.
I'm happy now. Please your hands together once again for our keynote speaker for today, retired and our special guest, retired Justice Mary Peter Odili. Let's celebrate her again, please. At this juncture, we will be having Mommy to speak to us. Of course, she is a keynote speaker, and I would love us to please listen. We have materials available for writing. It's not to use it to go to market and write lists. It's actually to jot ideas and write down your questions. So if you're behind, please we'll encourage you to move forward so that we can form a good audience for our keynote speaker, please. If you're behind, please, let's move forward. If your hands are not busy, together with a standing ovation, let's welcome our keynote speaker for today. Your hands together as we welcome Justice Mary Peter Odili. Your hands together as she comes, please. Let's celebrate her. And we'll crave your indulgence as we listen to her citation. Thank you very much.
A brief citation of Justice Mary Ukego Peter Odili, Nenzenwa, Justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. Justice Mary Ukego Peter Odili is a judicial officer with over 44 years of successful experience in civil and criminal procedure, being the third woman to ascend to the revered bench of the Supreme Court of Nigeria since 1963. She is the most senior female judicial officer in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, recognized consistently for performance, excellence, productivity, and positive contributions to Nigeria's judicial system, and proven leadership, operational excellence, and organizational organizational development with keen understanding of Nigeria's history and socio-cultural context. Justice Mary Ukego was born in 1952 at Ezinihite, Mbise local government area, Imo State. She obtained her first school leaving certificate at Our Lady of Apostle Primary School, Yaba, Lagos State, 1964 to 1966. She went further to obtain her West African examination certificate at Mbise Girls Secondary School in 1972, and then her A-levels in Queen of Rosary College, Onitsha, 1972. Then she attended the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where she obtained her LLB and graduated as the best graduating student in the Department of Commercial and Property Law, 1972 to 1976, and was called to bar in 1977 at the Nigerian Law School, Lagos. Justice Mary Odili rose through the following ranks in her work life: Pupil State Council, Ministry of Justice, Ogun State, 1977 to 1978. Magistrate, Grade 3, Bendel State Judiciary, Benin, 1978 to 1979. Chairman, Juvenile Court, Benin, Bendel State Judiciary, Benin, Edo States, 1978 to 1979. Magistrate, Grade 2, River State Judiciary, Port Harcourt, River State, 1979 to 1981. Magistrate Grade 1 to Chief Magistrate Grade 1, River State Judiciary, Port Harcourt, River State, 1981 to 1992. Chairman, Juvenile Court, River State Judiciary, Port Harcourt, River State, 1979 to 1981. High Court Judge, River State Judiciary, Port Harcourt, 1992 to 2004. Justice Court of Appeal, Abuja Judicial Division, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Abuja, Federal Capital Territory, 2004-2010. Presiding Justice, Court of Appeal, Kaduna Division, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Kaduna Court of Appeal Judicial Division, 2010-2011. Justice of the Supreme Court, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Abuja, Federal Capital Territory, 2011-2022. Chairman, Education Committee, National Judicial Institute, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Abuja, Federal Capital Territory, 2021. Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, National Judicial Institute, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Abuja, Federal Capital Territory, 2021. Vice Chairman, Legal Practitioners Privileges Committee, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Abuja, Federal Capital Territory. Chairman, NJC Interview Committee, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Abuja, Federal Capital Territory, 2021. Deputy Chairman, National Judicial Council, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Abuja, Federal Capital Territory, 2021. Vice Chairman, Body of Benchers, 2022 to date. It may interest you to note that Justice Mary Odili has been selected as keynote speaker for several workshops and conferences locally and internationally. The leadership positions of associations held by Justice Mary Odili are as follows: President, National Association of Women Judges of Nigeria, 2018 to 2020. Chairperson, Bill Drafting Committee, Human Trafficking and Child Labor Eradication under Women Trafficking and Child Labor Eradication Foundation, 2002 to 2004. Chairperson, Steering Committee for the 2001 United Nations Volunteers Project in Rivers State. Secretary, Parish Council, St. Patrick's Catholic Church, Ndoni, Rivers State, 1989 to 1999. Secretary, Port Harcourt Horticultural Society, 1987 to 1992. Treasurer, Magistrates Association, Rivers State, 1987 to 1992. Chairperson, Constitution Drafting Committee of the University of Nigeria Alumni Association, which produced the present constitution of the national body. Inaugural Chairperson, International Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA, Rivers State, 1986 to 1988. President, Marine Board of Inquiry into the 1979 Buguma boat disaster, 1985. Justice Mary has several awards and honors to her credit, some of which are Judicial Icon of the Year, University of Nigeria, SUG Judiciary, 2017. Patroness Catholic Lawyers Association, Port Harcourt, 2017. Commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 2012. Fellow, Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, 2013. To mention but a few. Community Service and Development of Justice Mary Odili. She is the founder and chairperson of the Adolescent Project, TAP, from 1999 till date, where she carried out the following: education, health improvement, social rehabilitation and empowerment services to vulnerable adolescent girls. skills building and empowerment of women in entrepreneurship, catering, hairdressing, tailoring, paint making, and other vocational skills. Training and empowerment of traditional birth attendants in rural communities in the Niger Delta, all of which have impacted over 500,000 families till date. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to welcome a pace setter, a humble achiever, a succor giver, a lover of God, a woman of integrity, diligence, forthrightness, and proficiency. With a standing ovation, let's make welcome Justice Mary Ukego Peter Odili.
Thank you very much. Thank Thank you very much. Please be seated. I am at a loss on what to say now. Standing chairman of the occasion and provost of this institution, Professor Franklin Nlerum, the wife of the Vice Chancellor, Rivers University, Mrs. Okobole, chairperson of FIDA, and other lawyers present, resource persons here present, other professionals. Sorry, I couldn't single each and every one of you out. Organizers of this program, and the chairman of the medical laboratory scientists, who is the head of this organization that have brought us here. Thank you very much, and your members. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I firstly thank you for inviting me to be part of the celebration of International Women's Day. I don't remember when last I participated at the ceremony marking our International Women's Day. And I thank the male folk who are here, the chairman of the occasion, and our brother on the left side, and many distinguished men who have come to celebrate with us. However, the matter of discourse for today happens to be not only for the women, but gender. At the time we were working out the program of the Adolescent Project, my initial aim was to take care of the young females who were grappling with unwanted pregnancies. But some of the matured women, I would use that language, in our forum said, if you take care of the young women, what about the boys? The society is made up of male and female. And so the Adolescent Project now encompassed boys and girls. And so the theme of this program is apt. It gives me great honor and pleasure to be part of this workshop put together to mark the celebration of the International Women's Day. I will start by commending the effort of the Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists, Rivers State Branch, Nigeria. The theme, Digital Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality, is apt. In present-day Nigeria society, my presentation on the said theme will expose the key role that information communication technology plays in bridging the gap of gender inequality. The sheer importance of gender equality in every society cannot be overemphasized. Indicators such as political participation, economic empowerment, educational attainment, and healthcare usually serve as measure for assessment of gender disparity. The suitability of this discourse to Nigeria is informed by the continual gender gap disparity. According to the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report 2022, Nigeria is ranked 123rd out of 146 countries with a score of 0.639 gender gap index. The Economic Participation and Opportunity Subindex, Nigeria ranked at 50th position. The Educational Attainment 134th position, Health Survival 97th position, and Political Empowerment at 141 position. Women from the history of the development of the society, when compared to male counterparts, have been subjected to various forms of marginalization, oppression, and injustice from the private and public sector. To remedy these abnormalities, gender equality has been viewed as a strategy for poverty reduction, good governance, improved standard of living, and profitable productive investment. While there have been concerted efforts to bridge gender disparity, the advent of ICT innovation in the 21st century has drawn the attention of several researchers, policymakers, and the society on the impact these technologies could present in bridging gender inequalities in the society. This paper defines gender equality, legal protection against gender inequalities, and an appraisal of the role of technologies in improving political, economic, and social parity in the society. It concludes by outlining the challenges of practical solutions to women's participation in information society in Nigeria. What is gender equality? Question. The term gender equality is defined by the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women as equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunities of women and men, boys and girls. It has also been defined as women and men, girls and boys enjoying the same rights, resources, opportunities, and protection. The term equality in these definitions does not entail that women and men will become the same, but that the rights, responsibilities, and opportunities of women and men in the society should not be dependent on the fact that they are born male and female. Based on these definitions and my background as a jurist, I will not fail to inform you of the legal protection against gender inequalities in Nigeria. The legal framework for the protection of gender equality are numerous, both local and international acceptable standards and practices. Legal protection against gender discrimination in Nigeria. Gender equality is a human right issue. Therefore, the framework that promotes and protects gender equality and the right of women in Nigeria cut across the Constitution, judicial decisions, policies, international human rights laws, and treaties. Some of these notable instruments and events that sharpen the right of women include the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR, 1948. The United Nations General Assembly adopted this declaration on the 10th December 1948, the year my husband was born. The declaration is a milestone document in the history of human rights. Article 10 of the UDHR provides that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and that everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, religion, birth, or other status. Most nations of the world have affirmed their commitment to the dictates of this Declaration on Human Rights. Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, 1979. This legal instrument on gender equality explicitly provides, sorry for the break in transmission. This instrument of 1979 provides for a definition of discrimination against women and set up an agenda for national actions of state parties to end gender-based discrimination. Article 2A of the Convention provides that state parties are, quote, to embody the principle of the equality of men and women in their national constitutions or other appropriate legislation, if not yet incorporated therein, and to ensure, through law and other appropriate means, the practical realization of this principle, unquote. Nigeria is a state party and has ratified the CEDAW in 1985. The optional protocol to the CEDAW was also ratified in Nigeria in 2004. The African Charter on Human and People's Rights, 1981. The chapter was adopted in 1981 to promote and protect human rights in Africa. An additional protocol on the rights of women in Africa, Maputo Protocol, was also adopted on 16 December 2004. The Charter and the additional protocol made laudable provisions that promote and protect gender equality in Africa. The Nigerian Constitution. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999. The Constitution guarantees the fundamental rights of citizens. Section 42 deals specifically with right to freedom from discrimination of the Nigerian citizen. The right to equality of citizens is one of the cornerstones of human rights, not only in Nigeria, but in the whole world. The Constitution, in the same vein with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, guarantees the rights of citizens against discrimination on the basis of sex, religion, color, place of origin, ethnic group, political opinion, or other status. The Beijing Conference, held in 1995, was also a platform that re-emphasized the need for women to be part of decision-making on matters that relate to economic, political, and social advancement of the world. The action plan, Beijing Platform for Action, in parentheses, flagged 12 critical areas affecting women that must be addressed to ensure equality and opportunities for women and men, boys and girls, in the society. The United Nations Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, was also signed in 2000. The goals, which outline 8 key areas of development, also feature elimination of discrimination against women. At the expiration of the MDGs in 2015, the United Nations adopted the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. The SDGs further drive 17 global visions that, among others, include the achievement of gender equality and empowerment of girls by the year 2030. Other initiatives aimed at gender equality includes the new Partnership for African Development, NEPAD, adopted in 2001, that see the acceleration of women empowerment as a key strategy to the development of Africa. The African Union Gender Policy 2009, the Economic Community of West African States Gender Policy 2000, and other several laws and initiatives have been initiated to promote gender equality. However, despite these policies, initiatives, domestic and international, legal protection against gender inequalities, Nigeria still continues to lag behind, unfortunately, in gender equality rating. The question then is, how innovations and information technology can improve gender equality within the Nigerian context? Technology, bridging gender inequalities. The aspiration of bridging the gap of gender inequalities with technology is one reality that has been proved to hold various degrees of success. Technology is the practical use of scientific knowledge in industry and everyday life. It can be tangible machines, hardware, or soft technologies such as internet access or telecommunication devices that enable the flow of information and knowledge. According to the report of the National Bureau of Statistics, the ICT sector contributed 18.44% to the gross domestic product, GDP, in the second quarter of 2022. This is so significant because, going by the report, the ICT sector GDP overtook that of the oil industry, which has been the mainstay of Nigeria's economy. But regrettably, only few women have had the opportunity to actively participate in the technology sector. This has been attributed to various factors that are not limited to occupational choice, poverty, discrimination, among other things. The gender divide in digital technology exists in both developed and developing countries. However, it is quite glaring. This disparity is quite glaring in low and middle income countries. The areas in which technological innovation can be utilized to bridge gender gap will be examined under the following subheads. 1. Economic participation and opportunity. Economic participation and opportunity are key factors in assessing gender equality. The disparity in income generation, equal opportunities, and equal salary presents a visible gender gap in Nigeria. Income generation and employment disparity have had a negative impact on the economy. This gap is also further compounded by the divide of up to 40 to 60% between men and women when it comes to use of ICT facilities in workplaces. Irrespective of these facts, the development of new digital technologies have created opportunities for women to participate in the labor market. Technologies such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, machine learning, robotics, and several others are opening up the labor market for paid employment and self-employment. The possibilities that accompany digital technologies in the workplace present avenues for economic empowerment and more welfare for women in the society. Women can seize these opportunities to command equal participation in the labor market. Early knowledge and specialization in these fields signify a potential opening of the ICT labor market for women. Presently, some sectors are affected by this transformative digitization. Workers have been laid off for non-adaptability with new technologies. This opens up the vista to the women's participation. To also bridge this gap through technology, the public and private sector of the economy must incorporate women into its technology development life cycle. Every innovation must factor women at the stage of development of workplace technologies, and adequate training on the operation of each workplace, the technology should be provided to women. Political empowerment. To have a balanced society, the women should also be equally represented in policy making and political participation. Equal political decision making is a vital indicator of gender parity in a society. The paucity of women in politics is a global phenomenon which is also visible in the public and private sectors in Nigeria. In assessing the public sector in Nigeria, it is imperative to submit that the adoption of technology for governance dates back to the establishment of the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, and the Nigeria Communication Commission, NCC, in 1992, when private licensees were licensed to own and operate wireless telephone services. The privatization of the telecommunication industry brought about a spark in the development of ICT in Nigeria. The Ministry of Science and Technology, through the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, has simplified several government initiatives that are aimed at incorporating electronic government, e-government in Nigeria. E-government refers to a government that utilizes internet technology as a platform or means of exchanging information, providing services, and transacting with citizens, businesses, and other arms of government. E-governance has its scope in ensuring e-participation, e-registration, e-mobilization, e-education, e-service delivery, e-feedback, e-policing, e-debate, etc., etc. The legislature and judiciary have also adopted e-parliament and e-judiciary system at some point in Nigeria. These were visible during the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, these initiatives of the government in adopting digital means for governance presents an opportunity for women to leverage on technology to ensure that there is equal participation for women in Nigeria in every field of endeavor. Through digital technology, women can voice their opinions in national debates and discourse towards framing national policies that affect women in Nigeria. In respect to what technology did to the judiciary during the COVID-19, the judiciary did not stop delivering judgments. I was in Port Harcourt during that pandemic, and I participated in the delivery of over 50 judgments of the Supreme Court. Some of my colleagues then were in Abuja, some were in Lagos, and some in Kaduna. The judgments were rolled out, and no judgment failed to meet the deadline. Educational attainment. Educational attainment is another index for measuring gender equality and empowerment of women. In Africa, there is still a high gender disparity in tertiary education enrollment for women when compared to their male counterpart. Gender parity in education is advantageous to the society. I'm not sure this relates to Rivers State or some of our tertiary institutions. I know Professor Nlerum will confirm that women or the girls have overtaken the boys in number in our tertiary institutions. Through education, there are opportunities of poverty reduction, technical skills development, which culminate in enhanced women participation in social, economic, and political decision-making processes in the country. Limited access to education exposes the vulnerability of women to societal exploitation, abuse, poverty, harmful cultural practices, and crimes. Technology in this instance can be utilized to enhance development of technical skills among females, the rural communities can be made accessible to educational schemes through a structured distance learning facilitated by ICT. This area, the resource person from FIDA spoke at length and stated the advantages and disadvantages of ICT in respect to gender-based violence and attacks. And that paper by FIDA should be taken very seriously. Healthcare services. Women have opportunities to explore the health sector for good health services and provision of services through technology. Telemedicine and virtual care are some of the methods of healthcare services delivery. Through telemedicine, healthcare services and treatment of patients are delivered through digital means or at a distance through the aid of ICT facilities. Through the use of technology, telephones, teleconferencing, surveillance system, tracking system, healthcare can be assessed and provided by women in the healthcare profession without a visit to medical facilities or face-to-face contact with the patient. Professor Nlerum, this is for you and your institution. Women in the health sector, healthcare sector can set up health-related information online site, home monitoring systems, online consultation platforms, virtual clinics and pharmacies. While these practices are still developing, women can leverage on technology to take over telemedicine and virtual health care. Despite the current stage of the technological development, the male population is largely involved as developers, creators, and designers, whereas women are seen as users and receivers. This points to the fact that there is need to fully incorporate women in the process of digital innovations from its earliest stages of development. Challenges to women's participation in digital innovations in Nigeria. The challenges confronting women's participation in digital innovations in Nigeria can be outlined as follows. 1, poverty. 2, illiteracy. 3, cultural bias towards girl-child education. 4, patriarchal culture, male-dominated culture. Lack of female venture funding. Weak institutional framework for enforcement of gender equality. Corruption and mismanagement of public funds. Deficiencies in technological infrastructures. Lack of genuine commitment to eradicate gender inequalities, and others. However, these challenges can be surmounted through genuine efforts from both the public and private sectors in Nigeria. These efforts must cut across initiatives that will guarantee the following. 1, increased accessibility and competence. There must be conscious efforts from public and private institutions in addressing gender discrimination in employment and educational system. Unlimited access to new technological innovations must be afforded to every woman in private and public sector. Institutions adopting new technologies must educate women and their male counterparts on how to effectively utilize these technologies in workplaces, educational environment, and others. Women in rural communities must be given special education and access infrastructure to ICT facilities for their daily activities. Projection of women's need in designing new technologies. At the initial stage of design of innovative technologies, there should be an inquiry on what innovative technology can increase women's economic opportunities, political empowerment, health, and other beneficial developments. Developers of these technologies must factor the need of women in building new technological innovations. women should also make concerted, innovative efforts to design or invent more digital technologies. Such effort will gradually obliterate the notion that women are users and receivers of technologies rather than innovators. Positive laws and policies. Positive laws and policies that will serve as instruments of social change must be enacted. These technology-oriented laws must consider technology as a means of bridging gender inequality in Nigeria. Challenges such as inadequate ICT infrastructure, poor funding, science education for the girl child, scientific projects funding must be factored into such laws. ICT policies that will fully consider the peculiar needs of women in rural communities must be made. The introduction of ICT in the daily activities of these women will spur economic empowerment, political participation, and access to healthcare in rural areas. Conclusion. There is a beam of hope offered by the adoption of innovation and technology-driven initiatives in both public and private sectors in Nigeria. However, more practical initiatives or learning must be developed to help women pioneer innovations as creators, developers, and designers. Such practical skill and technical know-how will facilitate gender equality through technology in Nigeria. I know my paper has been very technical and lengthy. I hope I have not bored you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, participants at this Women's Day celebration, I thank you all.
Wow. Mommy, thank you so much for, in fact, did we enjoy the lecture? Shouldn't we be asking for more? Mommy, more. Thank you so much, ma. God bless you. I want to use this opportunity to call our able chairman, Professor Franklin Nlerum. I think he will have more things to tell our mommy and all of us. Thank you so much, sir. Welcome, sir.
On behalf of the chairman, Mr. Rufus Godwin, the River State Head of Service, I am here representing to make this presentation to our mom, the guest of honor, and the keynote speaker on behalf of the Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria. May I invite our mom to come and receive this award. There are other packages associated with this award, which the chairman and members of ESCO will present to you later. When they come, please open your doors for them. On behalf of the Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, River State Branch, I present this certificate of appreciation to retired Justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, retired Honorable Justice Mary Ego Peter Audley, CFR, as special guest and keynote speaker during the 23rd International Women's Day celebration/workshop Team DigitALL, Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality. Given today, the 8th day of March 2023. Thank you. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Destiny, I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up, it's getting close.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please let's celebrate ourselves once again. Yes, so you see, I told them before starting that women know how to celebrate themselves. I was correct. Please your hands together once again for your beautiful selves. Okay. It will interest you to know that as we move digitally, I've been informed that this program is also online, and of course you could watch and stream on YouTube. The link will be sent across, and of course I believe we'll do well to share it to our friends and our women around. So if you go to youtube.com/live ZD4PF8 GIJ4 feature equals to share. Of course, all this in is grammar. We'll send it across. So, ladies and gentlemen, your hands together. And of course, my chairman will do the needful so we could share this across. God bless you. Thank you. All right. We are going digital. DigitALL. All right. Thank you very much. We won't forget today, of course, it's for the mothers, our sisters, you know, and women in general. So we'll be recognizing women that have done great in their affair or in their spheres of work whilst we proceed. I have some names here, and of course we'll recognize them. First on my list is the okay. So first on my list is no other person but the president of University of Education Women Association, Port Harcourt. She's no other but Mrs. Chika Joy Onuchukwu. Please your hands together. Let's celebrate her. She's also the wife of the Vice Chancellor of Ignatius Ajuru University. Let's celebrate her now. Let's celebrate her now. I'm tempted to shout BIA. I talk calm now. Please your hands together once again for your beautiful selves. And also on my list is the vice president of the same association, talking about the University of Education Women Association. Please let's celebrate the presence of Dr. Benedict Ugochukwu. Please your hands together for her. We celebrate you, ma. It's your day. You're honored. And of course, we also have the secretary of the same association. Please let's celebrate the presence of Professor Dorothy Inkotaria. Your hands together. You're welcome, ma. And of course, we also have Dr. Chima Kuki. Your hands together for him. Oh, her, rather, please, forgive me. Thank you. And of course, the list is long, but I'll continue. God will help me. Also have a beautiful lady, and of course, a mother too. She's a lecturer in the River State University. Please let's celebrate Dr. Adeline Ben Choma. Your hands together for her now. Mommy, you're doing well. And also my mommy. She is my lecturer and will always remain one. Please let's celebrate Dr. Evelyn Easy. Your hands together. It might also interest you to note that she's an associate professor. Let's celebrate her now. Let's celebrate her. I also have Dr. Helen Waribo. Your hands together for Dr. Helen Waribo. We are celebrating you consciously today because it's your day. And of course, we have Dr. Martha Ugim. Your hands together for Dr. Martha. I celebrate you, ma. With your hands. You're doing well. And of course, able planning committee chairman. There's no other person but that fair woman. She's shining. Please let's celebrate Dr. Adora Omuka. Your hands together for her. Ma, you're doing well. You're doing well. Okay. Having said this, let me also welcome the presence of the chairman of the guild. Please let's celebrate Mr. Mark Diala. He's here. Your hands together for him. You're welcome, sir. And of course, the council rep is also here to give us our CPDs. Please let's celebrate Mr. Romeo Minini. Your hands together for him. Thank you very much. As the list keep coming, I'll keep recognizing you. If I never mention your name, no one will give you your name. All right, having done justice to this, please, my Lord, I would want you to permit me and my chairman here to move to the presentation of our next lecture. Please, let's welcome. Is the citation ready? Okay. Please, if your hands are not busy, let's welcome the presence of our second speaker. Please, your hands together as we welcome Dr. Sonny Orike. Your hands together as he makes his way. Let's celebrate him as he makes his way. Mommy said he was going to 3 laws, so carry your pen and paper and let's do this. Please, your hands together, and I crave your indulgence as we listen to his citation.
A brief citation of Engineer Dr. Sonny Orike, an associate professor in the Department of Computer Engineering and the Deputy Director of Information and Communication Technology Center, River State University, Port Harcourt. Engineer Dr. Sonny Orike is an focused, self-motivated, goal-oriented, and current registered engineer cum university lecturer with experience spanning across teaching, administration, research, and development. He has published results of research work in reputable national and international academic journals and peer-reviewed conferences in the areas of software engineering and artificial intelligence applied to solving engineering problems. He is articulate, excellence-driven, and an active member of several professional bodies. He was born in 1974 and hails from Osiagu local government area of Oba Ebema Ndoni in River State. Engineer Dr. Sonny Orike obtained his senior school certificate in Santa Maria High School, Omo, Onelga, River State in 1990 and went further to obtain his Bachelor of Technology in Computer Engineering in River State University, Port Harcourt, 1998, and then his Masters in Computing in Robert Gordon University, Aberdeen, UK, 2003. He went further to obtain his Masters of Philosophy in Computational Intelligence in Robert Gordon University, Aberdeen, UK, 2008, and finally a PhD in Artificial Intelligence in Heretsworth University, Edinburgh, UK, 2015. Engineer Dr. Sonny Orike has served in River State University, Port Harcourt as follows: Assistant Lecturer, 2003-2015, Lecturer 1, 2015-2018, Senior Lecturer, 2018-2021, Reader, 2021 till date, Acting Head of Department of Electrical Engineering, 2015-2018, Acting Head of Department of Computer Engineering, 2018-2022, and currently the Deputy Director, Information and Communication Technology Center. It will interest you to note that Engineer Dr. Sonny Orike has over 69 publications and several conference papers to his credit. He is a member of the following professional bodies: Member, COREN, 2011, Member, Computer Professionals Registration Council of Nigeria, 2015, Member, Nigerian Society of Engineers, 2010, Member, International Association of Engineers, 2010. Member, Nigeria Computer Society, 2010. Member, British Computer Society, 2005. Member, Institute of Electrical Electronics Engineers, 2008. Member, Association for Computing Machinery, 2008. He has rendered several services within Rivers State University, some of which are Chairman, Rivers State University Website Optimization Committee, 2022 till date. Member, NUC Mock Accreditation Committee, Rivers State University, 2021 till date. Member, Ad Hoc Committee on University Post-UTME Screening Test, 2022. Member, Ad Hoc Committee on Registration of Courses and Payment of Fees, 2022. Faculty of Engineering Representative to Senate, Rivers State University, 2022. Chairman, Computer Engineering Postgraduate Curriculum Committee, 2022 till date, to mention but a few. Awards received by Engineer Dr. Sonny Orike within Rivers State University are as follows. Grand Patron of the Society of Electrical and Electronics Engineering Students, 2016. Meritorious Award for Outstanding Performance as Head of Department of Electrical Engineering from the Society of Electrical and Electronics Engineering Students, 2017. Most Student-Friendly HOD from Nigerian Universities Engineering Students Association, 2017. Most Friendly HOD from the National Union of Rivers State Students, 2017. Award of Excellence for Outstanding HOD Students Relationship from the Students' Union Government, 2018. Grand Patron of the Association of Computer Engineering Students, 2021. Patron of Man-O-War, Rivers State University Command, 2022. Engineer Dr. Sonny Orike is happily married to Mrs. Daibara Sonny Orike, and the marriage is blessed with 3 lovely children. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Engineer Dr. Sonny Orike.
The special guest of honor, our mommy, a retired but not tired, Honorable Justice Mary Ukego Peter Odili, and the standing chairman of the occasion, who happens to be the provost of this institution, Professor Franklin Lerum. I to especially also greet the wife of my VC, Barrister Mrs. Brenda Okubule, and permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you once more for the honor to be part of you in this year's International Women's Day celebration, and the opportunity to be given or to give this lecture titled ICT and the Women's Economic Empowerment, Current and Emerging Opportunities. I'll try to be brief because most of them have been touched by the keynote speaker. I'll just see how I can briefly go through this outline. I'll give an introduction of the talk, and then introduce the concepts of ICT, gender equality, and women empowerment. Then that will now take us to combining ICT, gender equality, and women empowerment. Why does it matter? And then a brief historic background on attention given to gender equality and ICT, with few example cases worldwide, and then ways in which ICT can contribute to a woman's economic empowerment. I will conclude with some recommendation. The first Prime Minister of India said, and I quote, "To awaken the people, it is women who must be awakened. Once she is on the move, the family moves, the village moves, and the nation moves." So for the nation to move, you must move the women. Women, oh yeah. Of course, I have to applaud the women because I was born by a woman, and I also married a woman. So I'm a husband of a female wife, not a male wife. And out of my 3 children, we have 2 daughters and a son. So women are very important in my life. Okay, by way of a brief preamble, gone were the days they said women education end in the kitchen. So now, women education do not end in the kitchen. And of course, there is this saying that for a successful man, there is a woman. We can all testify to that fact. And of course, it is said that anything men can do, women can not only do, but they will do it better. So, of course, in the ICT world now, women, they are on the move. We are going to see some cases of them. Of course, if we go to the Bible, because by the grace of God, we are all Bible scholars here. Genesis chapter 2, verse 18, and I quote. And the Lord said, it's not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helper, comparable to him. Underline, not just a helper. That the helper should be what? Comparable to him. Also in Genesis 1:7, that was also said that so God created man in his image. In the God created he him. Male and female created he them. So this scripture justifies that God is not just gender sensitive, but he also supports gender equality. True of us. Okay, just by way of brief introduction, we all know that ICT has catalyzed communication between people on the globe. In Nigeria here, just like the keynote speaker mentioned, Nigeria began implementing ICT policy in 2001 by creating and implementing the agency called NIFDA, that's National Information Technology Development Agency. Of course, ICT has grown in type and access. And through that process, they have evolved what we call a digital divide. The two last speakers mentioned that. So the digital divide shows gap in societal contexts, such as income and education, and then widens the gap and the inequality based on gender, age, stability, and social economic status. Women's empowerment refers to increasing and improving the social, economic, political, and legal strength of women to ensure gender equality. Of course, ICT and women's economic empowerment have been subject of global discussions and debates for many decades. This presentation will examine the use of ICT as an intervention towards achieving women's economic empowerment in terms of individual, community, and global perspective. Simply put, in a layman way, how ICT will aid women's business in today's technological world. Let's look at the concept of ICT, information and communication technology. We'll look at the keywords, information, then communication, and then technology. Information, in its simplest form, means a processed data. In computing, it's when you feed in data to a processor, information will come out. So what goes in, the raw material is data, while the finished product is information. And of course, communication that we all know is just the transfer of information between two parties from one end to another. As I'm speaking, you are hearing me, so I am communicating. If I speak and you are not hearing me, I'm only wasting my time, I'm not communicating. And of course, technology is a mover. I think there's a relationship between science, technology, and engineering. Science is all about discovery, how to know. Then technology focuses on how to change the world without being changed by the changer. Just like we said, that God is an unchangeable changer. So in today's world, the man has the quest to just make a change, and because of making that change, do not be affected by that change. While of course engineering applied the discoveries of science and technology to improve life. Okay, I will try to be fast so that we can go. I'll cut out some of them. Because information and communication technology is a broader term.
Sorry so much for the interruption of the lecture is not our desire to do so, but one of our guest lecturers wants to step out because she has another lecture to give somewhere else. So please, I want to invite our chairman, Professor Franklin Lerum, to please do a presentation to her. Thank you, sir.
Please, can I see, step forward, Adata Bio Briggs, Esquire. You're welcome. On behalf of the Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, River State Branch, I present this certificate of appreciation to Adata Bio Briggs, Esquire, as a resource person during the 2023 International Women's Day Celebration / Workshop. Topic: ICT facilitated gender-based violence, risk and rights of women and girls. Theme: DigitALL, innovation and technology for gender equality. Given today, the 8th day of March 2023. Congratulations.
The emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the lion is here.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so information and communication technology, ICT, is a broader term for information technology, IT, though both of them are used interchangeably. Some people use IT, some use ICT. They are used interchangeably. But the only difference between them in a layman form is that ICT is equal to ICT to IT tools plus communication. So when you add communication to the various IT gadgets, so what you realize is information and communication technology. So ICT tools, or ICT includes all communication technologies, such as internet, wireless network, mobile phones, computers, software, audio, video tools, social networking, and other media applications and services that enable users to access, retrieve, store, transmit, and manipulate information in a digital form. ICT concepts, methods, and tools and infrastructure, they are steadily evolving on a daily basis. Just a brief mention of the gender equality has been talked by the two former speakers. Gender equality means that people of all genders must have equal rights to and responsibility and opportunities. And of course, this will prevent violence against women and girls. One of the major causes of gender equality is the lack of awareness among women about their rights and the ability to achieve equality. And this awareness is often due to the prevailing cultural and social norms, which dictate that women must always be subordinate to men. And gender equality is not only a fundamental right, but a necessary foundation for peace to reign, also prosperity and sustainable world. There is also called the gender divide, with men and including girls enjoying less access to ICT facilities and tools than men and boys. Our mom also mentioned to, like in Nigeria, the transition from MDG goals, that's Millennium Development Goals, to the SDG goals. So the emergence of what called Target 5, which aims to achieve greater gender equality and empower all women and girls. There's this question: why gender equality? One of the reasons that, or is seen in John chapter 8, verse 32. So you shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. It's being answered by that figure there. It's so long as women are not free, the people are not free. So gender equality will also help in economic development. A society that value women and men as equal are also safer and healthier. So if you want to enjoy a safer world or a safer nation, a healthier nation, then we have to value women and men as equal. how to end gender equality, give girl child access to education, and also give them a platform to be empowered. As we are saying now, if you check our state, we have many governorship aspirants as female, and of course some deputy as also female. Also end violence and sexual assault against women. Ensure that girls and women have access to something as minor as menstrual facilities, if not provided, might lead our girls into problems. Also end child marriage, and above all, information and communication technology is the key. Let's look at ICT and gender equality. 2013, we have over 200 million more men that had access to internet more than women. And this represented 11% less women than men. 2018, the overall proportion usage for men was 12% lower than men. But in 2022, last year, we had 69% of the men population using internet compared to 63% of women using it, so the gap is now bridging. Okay, women empowerment, we have seen that empowerment means enabling people towards self-determination, because everybody wants to be on their own. So you must be empowered so that you have your self-determination. So for women, empowerment means or emphasizes the importance of increasing their and taking control over decisions and issues that shape their lives. Of course, when women get empowered, the whole family gets benefit from it. This is the truth. So, and of course, there's a saying that when you educate a man, you educate an individual. Then when you educate a woman, you educate the nation. Let's look at emerging facts in gender equality. There are now fewer girls, if at all, that are forced into early marriage. We also have more women in politics. And there are laws being made or being reformed to advance gender equality. We now have more girls are going to school learning challenging courses. My 15-year-old daughter just told me she has an interest in electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, or robotics engineering. It just gladdened me. So you see women, girls now going in. Of course, when we are in our days in university, maybe in a class of 30 to 40 in engineering, you see only one girl in mechanical engineering or marine engineering or computer engineering, but now have several of them. So girls are now going to school and learning challenging courses. It also interests us to note that there's a lady called Ada Lovelace. She wrote an algorithm for Charles Babbage analytical engine in 1883, and she's considered as the first computer programmer. So the first computer programmer is a lady. Also have Admiral Grace Murray Hopper. She wrote the first computer compiler. Compiler is a tool that converts the high-level language program we write into the form that will be understood by the computer. So the first compiler was written by the lady in 1951. Of course, throughout the 19th and 20th century, and up to the Second World War, programming was predominantly done by women. Maybe because the men we are fighting. So the women we are busy writing programs. So there are 4 key areas which should have greater concern to women than men. One is access to the use of ICT. Women have problem in that. So usability and literacy, development and design, of course, leadership and power. In these 4 areas, there are greater problems faced by women than their male counterparts. I'll just briefly tell us this in the combination of ICT, gender equality, and women empowerment. Why does it matter? Just like we said that this concept of a female equality or gender equality or inequality has been the subject of global discussion. In 1995, the United Nations Commission on Science and Technology for Development recognized the growing influence of ICT in development and the importance of women's participation in discussions regarding its integration globally. And then they established a gender working group to address the significant gender issues from access to control. And in 2002, the UN Division for the Advancement of Women, DAW, the International Telecommunication Union, ITO, and United Nations ICT Task Force Secretariat released a report that focused on ICT as a tool to advance and empower women. When the World Summit on Information Society, WSIS, was established, a gender caucus was created to ensure women had a seat in the table and a voice in the room. In 2003, the Commission on the Status of Women developed what we call agreed conclusions that build upon the report of the Division of the Advancement of Women and urged WSIS leaders to integrate gender perspectives in every aspect of the summit. This was endorsed by 175 nations of the world. And in 2005, a forum on gender and ICT for WSIS was held in Korea with participants from 36 countries to represent academia and NGOs, government, international organizations, and private sector. And in 2009, WSIS came up with what we call Final Declaration of Principle on Gender and ICT, and I quote, "We affirm that development of ICTs provides enormous opportunities for women who should be an integral part of and key actors in the information society. We are committed to ensuring that information society enables women's empowerment and their full participation on the basis of equality in all spheres of society and in all decision-making process. To end this, we should mainstream a gender equality perspective and the use of ICT as a tool." End of quote. We just look at a few global historical background on attention given to ICT equality and ICT. That's what we call Women's Watch. It's a United Nations website initiative, which was an agency on gender equality. It was created in 1997 to follow up the 1995 UN 4th World Conference on Women in Beijing, China. It was a gateway to information on work carried out to promote gender equality across the entire UN system. And through it, information was disseminated on government process to the participants or to the beneficiaries. We look at there's also what we call the benefits for women of ICT Center in India. As women became involved in the Baduria ICT Center in West Bengal, India, they reported that they gained more respect in their local communities as a result of ICT skills acquired at the center. So learning to use the computer and accessing and distributing information to local people. So this now resulted in greater respect at both the family and community levels. Younger women now felt that they were able to approach the job market with greater confidence. And that led to emergence of a women's solidarity in the, which enhanced them in economical empowerment. Also have a Malaysian experience of teleworking, which was the findings of e-home makers of Malaysia, a group which has worked since 1998 to support women to choose work from home to balance their gender roles and responsibility. It showed that rather than finding a balance between household tasks and paid work at home, women often deal with increased multiple burdens, which you all know. We also have generating new jobs for Korean women. Between 2000 and 2002, the government of the Republic of Korea established several projects for the economic empowerment of nation. I will not bog ourselves into the necessary details. I'll just rush and then go for the business of the day. Then coming to Africa, we have ICT for education in African countries. What links an organization that promotes international collaboration among secondary school teachers and students in developing countries commissioned what to call a gender assessment study in 2001. Research was focused on male and female students in 4 African countries: Ghana, Mauritania, Senegal, and Uganda. The evaluation found that despite the efforts to make the program gender sensitive, gender inequalities in access persisted. In some schools in Ghana and Uganda, girls do not enjoy equitable access to the computer labs. We also have some other problems like high student-to-computer ratios and first-come, first-served policy. They existed then. And it does not favor girls who are typically heavily outnumber the boys at the secondary school, because girls have more domestic responsibilities that limit their participation. Then we have mobile phones for rural women in Senegal. These these are programs that were embraced all over the world and countries just to enable women embrace the use of ICT as tools to help them in economic empowerment. So let me just go straight to ways in which ICT can contribute to women's economic empowerment. One of them is educational empowerment, skill. Of course, no breathing of hair. Go to YouTube. If you want to learn how to cook edikaiko soup, go to YouTube. So as a woman, there's virtually anything you want to learn that you cannot get in YouTube. So if you have not got that information from today, if you have access to, maybe if you have a smartphone and then access to internet, you have data, just go to YouTube. And anything you want to learn, just type a keyword there and it will bring you virtually everything. So ICT can help women, empower them in it. Of course, while you're at home, maybe even as a housewife, you have the time to learn many things. And that way of empowerment is also social empowerment. ICT will help you to gain access to new and useful knowledge, information, and awareness about a range of issues, topics, and activities of interest to women, as being depicted by that diagram. Social women empowerment, everything about science and technology, housing and shelter, drinking, safe water and sanitation, up to nutrition, health improvement, proper education. These are ways ICT will help you to get social empowerment. What's psychological empowerment? Of course, everybody needs an increased self-confidence and esteem. So we like to feel more valued or respected. ICT can help you do this. So gain greater motivation, inspiration, enthusiasm, and interest to develop new skill and knowledge. And then feeling much less isolated from others, particularly other supportive women, and as a result, experiencing greater well-being, happiness, and enjoyment in life. ICT can help you do this. Also, technological empowerment. Through ICT, you can learn new knowledge, awareness, and understanding about new ICT and their potential benefits and impacts. You also the development of new skills, experience, and greater confidence and competence in the use of new communication technologies. Okay, I just want to tell you 5 ways ICT can empower women in technology. From this conference, just at yourself and nominate a woman in your life. Just literally nominate a woman in your life, and then also try to sponsor your network. Of course, yeah, especially women who have a network. Try to sponsor your network and celebrate International Women's Day as we are doing today, and recognize the fact that there's gender bias. Having done that, and then model what we call inclusive behavior. If you go through these 5 things, you should be able to empower at least one woman in your life. And by the time all members of this association empower one woman each, only God knows how many women that must have been empowered technologically. Virtual marketing is also another key areas ICT can help and empower our women. We have WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and other apps. They have enabled women to conduct business sales by marketing their products and services virtually. Unfortunately, I have an elder brother who's a medical doctor. He's not in social media. It's not in WhatsApp. It's not in Facebook. It's not in Instagram. I've been asking him several questions, and he has been giving me several answers. But of course, I'm sure everybody here, especially women, we are all in one form of social media or the other. It's not just to use your phone and be WhatsApping or Facebooking or Twittering or Instagramming. Wasting your time, you can make money with this our phone, because everybody wants to make money from the comfort of their home. You can make money through these apps. In WhatsApp, there's estimated 1.5 billion active users and about 450 million daily users. And of course, users check it 247, and it is the third most downloaded app globally. And of course, that's 65 billion messages every day. And of course, you know how much people make. Even as we are using your Twitter, you know how much Mark is making. as you are using the app, how much more you are saved. So you can turn it. Of course, if you see nowadays, you have more of women marketing their product using WhatsApp than men. Why men are doing some other thing, businesses. Women are just at the comfort of their home, posting commodities. People make order, they send, and then they make money. So from today, think in that direction. Of course, we have Facebook marketing, which helps in promoting your business. We have 10 million people, and they are being. You have what we call it targeted audience. And of course, the more you make manual posting, the more your products will have a wider reach. So these business women also use these apps to reach out to their customers on changes in price and other networking issues. They communicate, they sell their product, and they make money. Every day, people are making money virtually. So women, ICT can help you in combining your paid job and also making extra money, because they say if you have only one source of income, it's not so good. So see how you can take and then make extra money just by the use of your smart phone. Also, there are many apps. There are many apps that can help you achieve virtually everything. No limit. Okay, besides using these apps for virtual marketing, it can also help you for your safety. There's also got safety apps that empower women. You know, of course, if you are making business, if you are doing business in an unsafe environment, you will not, you won't like it. So when you are doing your business, also consider safety. So technology has also proven to play a vital role when it comes to security. Many companies have built innovative solutions to improve women's safety. There are apps, wearable devices, GPS trackers, and many more. Here's a list of some safety technological tools that will help women. The lists are there and they are not exhaustive. Just go to Google. You see them and many others. I will conclude with this following information and recommendation. Of course, through ICT, we have an increased ability to work from home. And of course, you know, some people, when they look at the money they make from home, a daily, multiplied by 30 days of the week, they realize that they even get more than most paid employment. People have tried it, I have tested. So some people even resign their paid job and do this thing because you work at your time and you are your boss. So you don't have to wait till the end of the month to be paid. So there's also improved employment opportunities for women in the main ICT sector. There's also increased ability of informal sector women to shift to formal sector. And there's improved global market for class women through e-commerce transformation of traditional gender roles. Also improved access of women, especially rural women, to distant learning, distance work programs. There's also improved ability for the sharing of experiences among women's organizations concerned with the economic well-being of women in the informal sector. Above all, there's no limit to what you as a woman can achieve in ICT. You are your only limit. With God on your side and with yourself and all the information you gotten, the sky is not just your limit. You can operate to a global maximum. And finally, I will conclude with this quote from Serena Williams. Every woman's success should be an inspiration to another. We are strongest when we cheer each other on. So as you are empowered, also make sure that you empower your neighbor, your sister, your colleague, your mother, your father, your brother, every person. You can't make it alone. You can't make it as an island. We grow by helping others grow. These are a few references, and thank you very much.
Please your hands together once again for Dr. Sonny Orike. Your hands again. Let's celebrate him. He has done very well. There will be sessions for questions, please. That is why you have your materials with you. If you look at the program, there's sessions for questions and answers. Please note and, of course, do the needful. When it's time, we'll call for the questions. All right, so proceeding, I've been informed that every other speaker will take 30 minutes because of time, so that we could wrap up in no time. My Lord, I greet you, ma. You are doing well. Ma, I think in my next life, if there will be any, I will try law. I think it's a very good profession. It's not late. Nah. It's not easy to cram sessions. So. I put it to you as well. Please, your hands together once again for her patience and her time. Let's celebrate our mommy. It shows a lot of commitment and sacrifice. Let's celebrate her. Please, let's celebrate her. Thank you very much. God bless you, ma. Are we going to present any award for him? Okay. Please, let's welcome the chairman for the presentation. So there will be an award presentation for Dr. Sonny here. But before that, I've been informed to let us know that there's a pre-test that is happening here. Please make sure you get your own copy and do well to indicate your ROA number and your full name. Please do that and submit the question sheet to the chairman. Please, your hands together as we welcome Professor Lerum for the presentation of this award. Let's celebrate him now. Let's celebrate him.
On behalf of the Association of Female Medical Laboratories Scientists of Nigeria, River State Branch, I present to you this certificate of appreciation. Engineer Dr. Sonny Urike for successfully presenting this topic on ICT and women's economic empowerment, current and emerging opportunities. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Okay, please let's give a standing ovation as our keynote speaker and our special guest of honor takes the lead. Let's celebrate her now. Put your hands together in celebration of our keynote speaker, retired Justice Mary Peter Odili. We celebrate you, ma. God bless you. And our greeting to your wonderful husband, Sir Dr. Peter Odili. I think at the front of the auditorium we will have a group photograph. Please, cameras, let's have a group photograph with our special guest and our keynote speaker. Please, a special photograph session, and after that we'll continue the program. You know what I mean? All right, we'll continue in our series of lectures. If you look at your time, we're already close to the end of this program. But please, let's settle down. Please, if you're behind and you're not properly seated, please, we ask and beg that you please make your way to the front rows. If you're behind, please make your ways to the front rows so that we can have a good audience. Thank you very much. Just walking in is the PG coordinator in the Department of Medical Laboratory Science, Rivers State University. She's no other but Dr. Stella Ken Ezoho. Your hands together for her. When I saw her walking in, I said, "Choy, mama di mama." She's doing very well. Thank you very much, ma. We celebrate you. Happy International Women's Day. All right, so we're proceeding in the series of our lectures. And of course, we'll be having the third lecture for today. She's no other person but our digital. Before digital became digitalized, she has been digital. So your hands together as we welcome the former HOD of the Medical Laboratory Science Department. She's no other but Professor Edna Ada Ikpegbulem. Your hands together as she makes her way. Let's celebrate her now. Your hands together as she makes her way. Please, at this point, I'll crave your indulgence as we listen to her citation. Thank you.
A brief citation of Professor Ikpegbulem Edna Ogechi Nwachukwu. Professor Ikpegbulem Edna was born on the 14th of July 1963. She is from Item, Abia State, Nigeria. She attended Federal Government Girls College, Owerri, 1979, and University of East London, 1985, secondary and tertiary education, respectively. She has an MSc in Clinical Biochemistry and Immunochemistry, Rivers State University of Science and Technology, 2012, and a PhD in Chemical Pathology. She has 30 years teaching experience and has successfully supervised over 50 undergraduates, 17 MScs and 23 PhD students to her credit. She has over 90 publications in national and international journals. The following are the administrative positions held by Professor Ikpegbulem Edna in Rivers State University. Head, Department of Medical Laboratory Science, June 2012 to October 2012 and February 2018. Member, University Senate, June 2012 to October 2012 and February 2018 to date. Board Member, International Secondary School, Rivers State University, 2002 to 2005. The following are the appointments of Professor Ikpegbulem Edna by other universities. Visiting Scholar, Pamo University of Medical Sciences. Sabbatical appointment as Associate Professor in the Department of Biochemistry, Federal University Otueke, Bayelsa State. External Examiner, Final Year Project Defense and Chemical Pathology, Niger Delta University, Bayelsa State, 2015 and 2016, 2017 and 2018 academic sessions. She has been a professional examination assessor, Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria, to 10 Nigerian universities and institutions offering medical laboratory science. She has attended several local and international conferences and organized and attended several professional workshops. She belongs to the following professional associations: Fellow, West African Postgraduate College of Medical Laboratory Science; Associate, Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria; Member, BOT Society for Chemical Pathology Scientists of Nigeria; Member, Guild of Medical Laboratory Scientists; Member, Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists; Member, Environmental Society of Nigeria. Professor Ikpegbulem has the following certificates, awards, and honors to her credit: Award of Honor for Outstanding Contributions and Dedication to the Growth of Medical Laboratory Science Profession and Association in Rivers State, both in academia and private sector, by GMLD, Rivers State. Award of Excellence in Diagnosis in recognition of the many years of high precision delivery of laboratory services and provision of employment opportunities to healthcare professionals by Young Medical Laboratory Scientists Forum, Rivers State. Certificate of Appreciation for serving as a facilitator for the course Leadership and Management in Health offered through the University of Washington, Department of Global Health e-Learning Program 2019. Certificate for successful completion of the course Leadership and Management in Health,
University of Washington, June 2019. AMLSN Award of Excellence in Manpower Development in recognition of outstanding performance in manpower development and growth of the association, 2013. The MELSA Accolade Award of Excellence for contributions to human empowerment and healthcare delivery, 2012. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Professor Ibe Bulem Edna Ogechi Nwachukwu to the
from the national APC, nor the zone, neither the state.
Thank you so much. I want to stand on existing protocols because our time is far gone. My duty here this afternoon is to talk about the advances in health technology, well, in digital technologies. But being a medical laboratory scientist, I want to bring it home. So my lecture is going to dwell actually on digital technologies in the health sector, and especially in the medical lab. At the end of my lecture, I want every female medical lab scientist that is here to be motivated to upgrade digitally. If that is done, then I've accomplished my mission. So you will agree with me that this is the digital era. It has been long in coming, but since COVID, it has actually increased in leaps and bounds. There's hardly any sector of our society that is not affected by this digital revolution. In fact, some of our younger ones say it is disruptive technology. So it has disrupted every sector of our life. The way we work, the way we live, the way we do everything has been transformed. There is digitalization everywhere. Most of our companies these days, either they are completely digital, virtual, or they're operating a hybrid situation. So you have a lot of facilities that are not just physical anymore, they're both physical and virtual. So what am I saying? As medical lab scientists, we cannot afford to be left behind and just keep operating physical labs. It's no longer acceptable. So we must upgrade, and I'm here to tell you some of the ways we can do it. Can I have my presentation online? So I'll begin by, thank you. So I'll begin by telling us what are even these digital technologies. You know, this is the outline. Then we'll now bring it home. What opportunities are there for medical lab scientists in the digital world? Then we'll discuss some of the challenges as well as recommendations to overcome the challenges. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I want to be very, very simple. We've had a lot of grammar here today. I like to come down to earth in a way that everybody will understand what I'm talking about. So I'm not an IT specialist, but I'm a digital enthusiast. And I'm also somehow exposed to the digital space because I have a son. He is currently flying in that space. And he makes sure that I'm well informed about everything happening in the digital space. So digital technologies are simply electronic tools, systems, devices, resources that can generate, store, or process data. Simple. Next slide. So going to our health sector now, these days we don't do a lot of things in the health sector the way we used to do. Although some of us are still lagging behind. In fact, it's those people I'm talking to today to upgrade. In terms of records, we're no longer writing data or storing data in notebooks because the books can get lost or anything can happen to them. And when they're in notebooks, you can't really do much with the data. So these days we have laboratory information systems where our data is stored. And not just stored, you can process the data. You can tell a lot about what's going on in your environment. You can assess trends, disease trends, and all that through the data you have in your information system. You can assess your performance in the lab, your quality control, and all that by analyzing your data. You can do so many things. You can do your inventory through your data. You can, in fact, the sky is the limit. You know, if you have a laboratory information system, it just upgrades your lab immediately instead of recording results manually. So this is one of the ways digitalization has come into our profession. We also have a lot of patient self-monitoring devices now, you know, and we cannot, in fact, talk about any other thing before we talk about mobile phones. You'll agree with me that, in fact, I'm even holding my own here. Almost everybody here is holding the phone. It's inseparable from us. And that's because there's so much information that we can access in our phones, including health information. The average person now, before ever they even come to your lab, they've Googled whatever they think is their problem. So there's a lot of health information available to the patient through the use of mobile phones and apps that are available to us all. So there is more patient awareness or empowerment thanks to digitalization. Then we have our data being also shared thanks to cloud technology. Our data can be stored in the cloud. I really don't know what they mean by cloud, but if you talk to a lot of tech people, they're always talking about the cloud. Then we have advanced computing and artificial intelligence. In fact, this is affecting all sectors of health. It's being applied in diagnosis, it's being applied in medication plans, it's being applied in treatment plans. There are all kinds of computer softwares now, intelligent computer softwares that interact with people. They're able to do things like suggest tests, diagnose, and sometimes even prefer treatment plans. So there are a few that are in existence, and a lot of research and innovation is going on in this area. So we should not be left behind. Young medical lab scientists, I'm challenging you. Go into the tech space. There's so much that can be done, and then you have the rewards. So digitalization is everywhere. We have telemedicine, which is medicine through digital devices like television, you know, all these connections that you can do to assess a patient that is far. Maybe a patient that you cannot easily access physically. You can go through telemedicine. Also, telemedicine became very, very important during the COVID era because of how infectious COVID-19 disease was. It was not very fashionable to go close to people that have COVID. So this became highlighted during that era, where you can interact with the patients online without exposing yourself to the possibility of contacting COVID. So this is one of the importance of telemedicine, and then people in rural areas too, who otherwise would not have had access to medical care, can easily be accessed through telemedicine. Then we have, I've already mentioned the inventory levels and all that that can be monitored online. Then remote patient monitoring using some simple devices. There are all kinds of simple devices that you can use at home now. It's not everything that you come to the hospital or the lab for. We have, for those who are diabetic, you have your glucometers that you use at home. It's only when maybe the management is getting out of hands, then you come to the laboratory. So a lot of people are able to do that. We have our blood pressure monitors at home and several other things that we use, little devices that we can use to monitor and manage our health at home. These are all the gains of digital technologies. Then we have some wearables too, some things that you can wear, and there is continuous monitoring of one thing or the other. For instance, there's a continuous glucose monitors. So instead of just coming to the lab intermittently to check your blood sugar, you're wearing something that is permanently checking your blood sugar. So that the minute is out of control, you know. So digital technology is not sleeping, it's advancing every day. Next slide. Okay, so having highlighted a few of the digital technologies, the main task here today is what are the prospects and opportunities for us as medical laboratory scientists and as women, so that we're not left behind in this beautiful era. So as I've already told you, the situation we're in now is such that a lot of our patients or people that we're looking to assess, a lot of them are not, you can't reach them physically. So there is the need to go virtual. Even if not completely, at least there should be that hybrid situation. Most of the Gen Zs, as they call themselves, have the pre-lab phase, the in-lab phase, and the post-lab phase. So what do I mean by the pre-lab phase? Pre-lab phase is, hello? The pre-lab phase is everything that is done before the patient gets to the lab. How do you interact with the patient before even the patient comes to your lab? And that involves okay, so that involves as I said, all arrangements before the patient comes to the lab. So how can you upgrade that that phase of our profession? Simply by going digital. A lot of us will testify to the fact that because of how the economy is now, some of us in our labs are sleeping. We're not seeing patients. If you're lucky, you see 2 or 3 or so in a day, and probably pass us by. So how can we increase our reach so that you even get to see the patient. And the answer is simple. You need to go digital. You need to go virtual to assess your patients. You must have an online presence. Some of our labs are not even on Google Map. You know? Some of these Gen Zs and millennials and so on that I'm talking about, before they even do anything, they Google it. And if you're not there, you're not there. No matter the services you're offering, they're looking at the ones that are there. Some of us, we don't even bother to have a website. Not to talk of having an online platform. I'll just talk a little bit about online platforms, because that's something that exists a lot all over the world, but in Nigeria, we're still in the cradle. And unfortunately, the one or two that are even in existence is not, they're not being run by members of our profession. The best known one in our space, which some of you know, is called Health Tracker. Have you heard of it? It's being run by a biochemist, not a medical lab scientist. And, you know, she started it as a startup and just put some packaged tests online that people can access, pay for, and then they now send phlebotomists to the location of the person. They collect the sample, they get to a lab, they do the test, and then the result is sent online to the patient. The patient does not live where he or she is. Everything is online, apart from the analysis. And you will be surprised that there are a lot of people, especially in this generation I told you about, Gen Zs and millennials, who are not ready to leave their space. Many of them are working in their homes, working, you know, not even Nigerian companies. Many of them are earning in dollars. They have their companies registered in the US. I'm telling you what is going on. A lot of them in Lagos and Abuja, not much here. And they are making money, but they're not ready to come to your lab. And they don't mind paying whatever for you to offer them that service virtually. So why can't we key into that space? Health Tracker has done it, and she's a multi-millionaire today. And she doesn't own a lab anywhere. She just partnered with a few labs here and there all over the country. And she's making her money. So I want to challenge our young medical lab scientists. It's about time we establish our own virtual platforms and key into, you heard our keynote speaker this morning talking about the fact that the tech industry has overtaken the petroleum industry in terms of economy. It is very true. I am testifying to it. I told you I have a son in that space. I was amazed at the kind of money that they make. Small boys and girls, young people, they're earning in dollars because it's virtual. The reach is all over the world. So why can't we key in? So we can key in the pre-lab space, get our facilities online, get visible on Google Map, have your website so that people can reach you. At least I know I've done that one in my facility. And I know the benefit I'm gaining. If you come to my lab today, you will not see crowd in the reception. But the lab is busy. Because people are reaching you online. They call in, asking questions. Google Map will direct them. They come, they run their tests. And then you send them their results online. And if they wish for you to come, then you send somebody to them. You collect the sample. So the way we work has changed. That's what I want to tell you here today. Don't continue to dwell in the old system, physical. You'll be sleeping in your lab while others are making money. So that is the pre-lab stage. The in-lab stage has also seen transformation, this digital era. This is not the era to be left behind. Everything we're doing now needs to be with analyzers. With analyzers, so that we have more accurate results. We also get these results out faster. So you use digital systems, digital automated systems to work. That's the in thing now. I know some of you will tell me that there's no money, but there are also manufacturers and retailers who are ready to do instrumental payments. So where there is a will, there is a way. So we need to step up. This is not the era of manual manipulations anymore. It is slow. It is not as efficient, and it's just not desirable anymore. So we need to step up with the analysis in the lab so that we're more digital. Then going to the post-lab, you know, the era where a patient will come, you collect sample, you tell the patient to go, come back tomorrow, and all that. No, it will not help you. A lot of patients, if I thought they come, they just want to come once. You just collect their specimen, that's the end. You do your test and you upload the results, what? Online. You send them their results by email. Or if it's a platform, you send them the result on the platform. And probably copy their doctors. So by so doing, that patient's stress in accessing the laboratory facility is reduced. Nobody likes stressful experiences. Like some people who go to UPTH, apologies to UPTH people that are here, and spend the whole day. Nobody likes it. You know, and the people that really have this money, they are busy. They don't have time to come and spend hours in your lab. It is faster, it makes your work more reliable. It also makes you as a scientist safer to a large extent, because and most of all, it makes you have a wider reach to your patients, and also, more importantly, it helps you earn more. So it's economically more advantageous. But having said that, where are the internet than men? And I'm wondering why. So I want to challenge us women, please. Let's not keep all the benefits were left behind. Then talking about challenges. The challenges, of course, challenges are enormous. This one, of course, is the digital illiteracy among the populace. Digital illiteracy among the populace. We also have poor electricity supply. In fact, this should have been number one. This should have been number one. Then we also have poor internet access. You will agree with me that accessing internet facilities in our country is very expensive. It's not easy to be permanently online. So this is also a challenge. Then we also have security and privacy issues. You know, when health matters are concerned, people want confidentiality. So a lot of people are wary of putting out their medical information out there online. Because you know that any online platform can be hacked. So this is one of the drawbacks. A lot of people are not yet convinced that they should access health facilities virtually because of that. We also have ethical issues also surrounding the digital technology. And of course, some of these online platforms and so on are not regulated, you know, so you never really know what they do with the information that they have. So these are some of the setbacks or challenges confronting the use of digital technologies in our country. What recommendations, finally, can we make to see if there will be a change? Of course, the first one is at the feet of the government. I don't know if we'll ever get electricity right, because it's key to so many things. It's key to so many things, electricity supply. Then the internet providers, if they can also provide internet facilities at a lower rate, so that we can actually afford to be online permanently if we want. But most of us, because of the cost, 3/4 of the time we turn off our data so that it can last. And that will not help us to digitalize. Then we also have the problem of the curriculum of our educational system. You find that there is very little attention paid to soft skills in the university, even in our secondary schools. So a lot of people may get to even PhD level, but they don't know how to operate the computer very well, you know, through no fault of theirs. So it is also my recommendation that given the digital era, there should be more attention paid to teaching of soft skills in all professions, so that as people are graduating, they are not left behind in the digital era. And then there should also be some form of regulation of virtual platforms. People should not just be allowed to do whatever they like. Just as our physical labs are regulated, the virtual labs should also be regulated so that people's information is safe. So having said all this and so many more that I may not have said, I am hoping that I have, what is the word now, motivated you enough to go back and upgrade. There is, even if you can't do everything I've said, there is 1 or 2 things you can do to upgrade your facilities to see that you're not left out in this digital revolution. And then our young scientists, please go and see how you can key into the digital economy. Be innovative. Create online platforms. Begin startups. Get it launched. And you'll be surprised. Health Tracker today is one of the, among the first or the best 50 startups in the whole of Africa. And let me end it with my son's story too. He started his own inside his bedroom after SS3 exam. While others were enjoying themselves, he was very busy with startup. And I thought it was a joke. Before you could say Jack Robbins, he had attracted investment of up to $300,000 right from inside his bedroom. International investors. And what did he create? Online teaching platform. And as I talk to you today, it's not even used much in Nigeria, but the reach is all over the world. Registered it in the US registered company, and they're earning in dollars. He's only 19. So it's a challenge. Key into it. The tech economy is exploding. So, and I would love to see some scientists in that field. I know I've spoken to a lot of our young people when they come to see me. I want to repeat that call. Key into that space. It is the new petroleum. They are the new rich in Nigeria, and they are not Naira rich, they are dollar rich. Thank you very much.
Back to back. I know we've had a stretch of lectures, but let's just turn it down a little. Can we turn it down a little? People are not asked, can we turn it down a little? You are not good students because they don't play my citation. DJ, find my citation there.
Pain them, I see they pain them, in the sweet us.
Bring it down, bring it down, bring it down. Sir, I know you don't know me. I know you don't know me. I've gone places. If you check in my citation is online. If you check in my citation, under it you will see he will soon make it. When I make it, all this, I know people are giving me level now. The people seated here and I don't make and pass me. It's fine, it's fine. But I was supposed to be in London. Mama, I was supposed to be in London today to celebrate World International Women's Day. They called me in London, Mama. But I said no, I will not go. I know your mind is telling you that that is not truth. It's truth. They called me in London to come and celebrate World International Women's Day. I said no, I cannot leave Port Harcourt. I have women I need to celebrate in Port Harcourt. Clap your hand for yourself. Beautiful women. And if there's any profession, sincerely speaking, I love so much, is medical laboratory science. Whether you like it or yes, medical laboratory science have the most beautiful women in Nigeria professionally. The people that are not clapping, they don't believe what they are talking. They don't believe. But if you are beautiful, clap for yourself. I love women so much. I love women so much. Daddy, I want to advise you now. I know you are looking at me and say, what did this small boy go for advice you? I know what I want to tell you. It will help you in the future. This advice I want to give you now, you will need it. I'm not using it. That's why I'm giving it for you for free. Because I'm not yet in the family line. You see, that every day of your life, take 10 minutes to respect women. Take another 10 minutes to fear women. Take another 10 minutes to fear who no fear women. Women are something. Even Jesus that created women, in the fear women. Ask me how I know, sir. He reached Garden of Eden. Woman do something, man. When God come, ask woman, na man he ask. Who first chop apple? Woman. Who God first ask? Man. Even God, they take side with women. So if the creator can do like that, who am I? I leave women. Women are very special. Daddy, growing up, my father and mother never quarreled. Until one fateful day, they quarrel. And why the thing they touch me, they say the quarrel is because of me. What did I do? Nothing. One day, my mother tell me, she dey kitchen, they cook. She said, help me call your father for phone. Tell him to buy us bottled water when they come back. I carry phone, call my father. Wait till I hear. Now wait till I go tell my mother back. I told my mother, when I call him, a woman picked. That was the end of it, sir. Quarrel. They quarrel for the whole compound scatter. I don't know whether that woman dey every compound. You get one mama for every compound where they know everything. Anywhere I go, then for a compound, na mama Risa. She dey settle any kind of problem, spiritual and physical. She enter our compound, our house that night. She say, what thing happen, Oga Jaja? They say my wife, they quarrel me, say, in call my phone, woman pick. They say, madam, who tell you say woman pick? Instead of my picking. They call me put for middle of the quarrel. Say, na me cause the quarrel. And sincerely, when I call, now woman pick. Until they ask me, what in the woman where it pick dare you? I tell them the woman told me that the number you have called is not available. Please call back later. Now the problem is that women respect women. Respect women. Daddy, this advice I'm giving you now. Anything your mind is telling you to drop for this advice, go ahead. It's free advice. Women, fear women. You know, the way you treat your woman will depend the kind of song she will be singing for you in the house. If there are 3 things you will do for every woman, number 1, give her money. Number 2, give her more money. Number 3, and the very important last part of it, find a way, give her extra money. You know, now only women, they take money for everything. Today, now somebody go test another person, baby, do International Women's Day for me. Everything women use it to take money. Last Saturday, election, women, they text men, baby, do election for me. Women, which one be baby do election for me? Won't I make election here? Now you they contest. Women, fear women, no. You know, when you give your woman enough money in the house, when she wake up, it will depend the kind of song you go to hear. You go to hear songs like, you do not lie, you do not fake. What is hard for you to do? It doesn't exist. It can never exist. But you get the kind of money where you go to give your wife. When she wake up, the kind of songs you go to hear. By the grace of God, I shall win this battle. Now you they talk about too. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are having fun, please put your hands together for yourself. We'll be doing this back to back. And DJ, if you're ready, I'm ready. We'd like to call on the next.
The 8th day of March 2023. Thank you very much.
I don't know this, say I don't feel to consider. Say me I can't let you go. So me I can't let you go.
Thank you, Daddy. Please let's put our hands together. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. DJ, bring it down. We'll be going straight to the next lecture. Keep clapping. Landed. Keep clapping. Keep clapping. Thank you so much. Citation, please.
A brief citation of Dr. Ibitorapo Maureen George Opuda. Dr. Ibitorapo George Opuda is a seasoned public health expert, environmental toxicologist, a health promoter and educationist. She is a senior lecturer with Rivers State University, a medical laboratory scientist with over 20 years experience in chemical pathology. She also holds a master's degree in public health in health promotion and education from the Liberty University, USA. She is a registered environmental consultant, certified in shipping of hazardous laboratory substances, and had certification in Malaria X, defeating malaria from the genes to the globe from Harvard University, UK. She holds certificates in leadership and management in health, project management and economic evaluation in health from the University of Washington, USA. She had trainings in African genomic medicine and bioinformatics. She is a trained inspector and the Laboratory Quality Management System mentor with the Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria. She is also a trained accreditation assessor and a certified professional of the International Federations of Biosafety Associations. She is a fellow of the West African Postgraduate College of Medical Laboratory Science, Fellow of Medical Laboratory Council of Nigeria, Fellow of Nigerian Environmental Society, Fellow of Institute of Management Consultants, and a Fellow of Institute of Corporate Administration. She belongs to several organizations, some of which are IAIA, IUHPE, IAS, NES, NIPSA, and NREP. She served in leadership positions as a pioneer member of the Rivers State Primary Healthcare Management Board, Chairman, FMLSN Rivers State Chapter, Chairman, AMLSN Rivers State Chapter, Co-Coordinator of Leadership and Mentorship Programs. She is actively involved in carrying out sensitization programs for maternal and child health, campaigning against child abuse, drug abuse, and teenage pregnancy. She is the founder of Awobere Liberty Foundation. Dr. Ibituroko George Opuda is an educationist, environmentalist, motivational speaker, coach, and mentor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Dr. Ibituroko George Opuda.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Permit me to stand or sit on the well-established protocol. We've spent quite some time here, and like the MC just said, I was just coming in from another class as well. That's what digital sections can do for us. I actually was part of the last lecture. I enjoyed it because I knew that all of us will go with one thing or the other, with what is operational now. But one of the advantages too is to have sections like this the same time, unlike how we can do these things manually. So whilst I was here, I was telling them to call me up earlier because I had another class on Zoom. And so I had to run to my car to do that quickly and come back so I can do this too and then run for another one. So that's what digital sections can do, or digital programs can do for us now. So thank you so much. I've enjoyed lectures very well, especially with the last one. My role here is very simple. Will want to share with us on the role of innovation in new product development, branding, and packaging in medical laboratory practices. Most of the things I want to say have already been said, especially when you have well-seasoned lecturers that have taught you, speak before you. So sometimes you want to wonder what you can say that can make sense, but I hope I'll try and make some sense this afternoon. So quickly, we want to take our outline. Please roll with me. I want to take our outline in this order. Introduction, types of innovation, who is responsible, qualities, product development, what branded products are, delivery, packaging, then we'll conclude. So we want to start with the introduction, please. What is innovation? We want to know what innovation is. Simply, it's what we do every day. It's a Latin word that means innovare, creating something new. Even if something is old and you modify that thing, you have made that thing new. So we have some definitions there, and we're not limited to these definitions, but for the purpose of this lecture, we want to say that it is to make a new thing. It can be from origin, it can be from an old stuff. Basically, that is what it means. And it involves the whole process from opportunities that we have, identification, ideation or invention, to development, prototyping, production, marketing, and sales. Please, let's go to the next slide. And so we continue with what introduction is. The simple language is invention and exploitation. There's no way you can talk about innovation without being creativity. So traditionally, the focus has been on new products or processes, but today, it involves not just the products, but all the processes and all the stages that is involved in producing a new product. Innovation. Quickly, let's go to the next slide. So there are different types of innovation. The first one I want to look at is the product innovation. It refers to a change in the product, improvement in the performance of a product. You can have a product, say you have a Samsung phone, And of course, the one they will have in 1999 will not be the same today. Some of the features would have been upgraded, would have been changed. If there are some that were using one SIM before, they would have been upgraded to use 2 SIM. So that product is modified, renewed, and it is a new innovation for that particular brand. And we also have process innovation, which involves everything, every step you take in producing a product. So you have innovations for every step, and then at the end of it all, your target is producing something out of those steps. So the chains of activities involved in producing your product is what is called the process innovation. A process innovation. So we can actually look at that even with all activities as far as medical lab and the council too is concerned. We all signed and agreed that we're going to bound by the laws. And then we have, even in our laboratories, SOPs to guide us on how to achieving quality results. And those processes must be guided, must be respected. And innovations can come from those processes. There are people that would have stated in their manufacturing leaflets on how you can go about a particular test. And then because you are always on the bench doing it, you could also find out shorter ways of getting around those processes and still having the same result as far as those processes are documented and they are, tested. You have the market innovation as well. What do we mean by market innovation? I listened to part of the lecture that was given by our DigitALL former HOD, and she was talking about how we can capture the market digitally. If even with the local people, you have them on the streets carrying microphone, if they cure mosquito, if they cure this, if they cure that, all is to attract attention, all is to register something in your head. Obviously, when you're there looking for how you can get for a mosquito killer, sometimes you won't even think of the normal shelters and all that. You will remember them. And beyond that, the market innovations, now, even in our sector, just like she rightly said too, there is mobile laboratory. There are mobile laboratories everywhere. We have clients that cannot access facilities, as it were. What have we done, as an organization or so individuals to make them access this our product or our facilities? And one of these ways we can actually do it is going digital. And of course, when you go Google Map, they see your facility, and you can actually assess these people online. Organizational one is another one, and we know what that is all about. We have an organization, as it were, and trying to bring up innovations to actually promote our organizations and all that is another form of what innovation is all about. And on the slide is stated all the qualities or all the advantages rather that you could get with organizational innovations. Of course, you boost efficiency, productivity, quality, and so who is responsible? Please, can I have my system? Who is responsible for innovation? Who is responsible for innovation? Every one of us is responsible for innovation. I'm sorry, I can't share my slides. I don't know what is happening to us. Now, every one of us is responsible for innovation. Innovation is in nobody's job title, but it is the responsibility of everyone. It's not, there's nothing you do and you go and say it's in my job description, but it's something that is responsible, that everybody should be responsible for. Let me share a little experience I had while growing up. I don't know who is from Abriba here. Is anybody from Abriba here? Right from, somebody close from Abriba, okay. While growing up, my mom and the people around us made us to understand that they were the best Obioma people you can have in this world. And so we used to have one like that comes. So no matter what you have, you wait for that man to come. And there was this particular attire I was so crazy about. I can wear it 3 times in a week. You know, as a child, you are excited about something. And of course, I started having wear and tear all over the clothes. And I waited for that Abriba man. And he came and I said, what can we do to this thing? I want to still wear it. He said, no, we will just patch it. This other place where the tear is big, we will just have a little patch to it. I said, okay, look for a matching color. It's only then I knew that an Abriba man can actually make you believe that green is red. So he brought one color close to the clothes. But after he sold it, I found out that they were not the same. I started crying. I said, no. My friends will laugh at me. And this is not matching at all. He said, it's matching now. The same color. I believed him. And he saw that I was really sad. But he did something. He went ahead and packed some other pieces, same color, different colors. And he started doing star all over the clothes. And he made it something new. That was my coat of many colors. And I was wearing it very proudly. And when they asked me, this thing, is it not the same clothes? I said, no, it's not though. You know kids now. Very proudly, I'll tell you, no, it's not though. But that was innovation. Creating something new out of something that was old. And he met my satisfaction. Because you just don't create. You just don't innovate. You make sure that it meets with your customers' satisfaction. So, sorry, I'm having issues with this. And so I wanted to share some slides with us to actually prove to us that women are the best innovators you can have. Women are the best innovators. I want to ask us a simple question. I don't know who can relate with that. What happens when you are in the house during Christmas? You spend so much money in cooking a pot of soup, especially that of maybe a goosey with all the onion, all the boboye and inside. And somehow the natural sun decides to boil it a little. You come on your stove or your gas, you see it boiling small. Can somebody tell me, can you relate to that, what you do as women? There are so many things we do, we don't want to speak now. So nobody is relating with that. Some of us put small oil, you put pepper, you add small water, you can even remove small, you boil it again. You have a goal, not so, I must have this food. And they will eat it and not know that it is bad. Not so, and then you boil. You put oil, you do everything. That's what we do. Maybe some of us cannot relate with this because those ones, they were born in the sky with golden spoon trickling down there. But a lot of us can relate with what I'm saying. We innovate. You turn an overnight white yam to porridge yam in the morning and you serve it and you still serve it really good. You go to buy clothes or you buy shoes for your kids. Maybe now it's not very trendy, but in those days, they don't buy your size. They buy the one they will innovate, put small paper inside or tissue. Sometimes the front one will even turn to Ali and the cats. Yet, the child will grow. They are innovating. And if we have that mindset as innovators, if we know that we can actually do those things in the kitchen, if we put a little of that energy in wherever we stay or live, in our practice, in our organization, look at something that is going bad. Look at a situation that is almost running bad and say, no. I have a goal. I want to package this. I want to make it better. And then you begin to advise where necessary. You begin to teach where necessary. You begin to do all that it takes. Those are your pepper, your Maggi and all that. Are we not going to achieve something? I'm asking, we will not achieve something. We will. But as innovators, we are not doing that. We are not exercising our resources and energy in areas that we can do that. My slides are not on. I would have showed you beautiful women that are beautiful innovators. Just last year, we have Emanuela Charpentier and Jennifer Noda that got the Nobel Award for the CRISPR-Cas9 tool. The two women, very wonderful. They got the tool. The CRISPR-Cas9 is a tool that is used in genomics for gene editing. These days now, we have gone from trial and error therapies. We're going into specifics. We're going into targeted therapy. And so people are beginning to work on proteomics, on genomics, and then trying to make sure that they go for specifics. If, for instance, your kidney has a problem and all that, most times they give therapy before now that is all-encompassing. But sometimes, if someone has an underlying issue and you did not identify what that issue is, the therapy you're giving for one condition can go and elicit another problem. But these days now, they target which part of the kidney has the problem, the nephron, if it is the nephron, which part of it, is it the tubules, is it the glomerulus, and then the genes. You know, the DNA is in helical form. What are the tools they use now in editing? They can remove, with this tool, they can remove a disease section of the DNA and implant another one. And it's women that innovated that particular tool. That's why I can prove to you that women are the best innovators. And just like former HOD said, I want to challenge us from today, just like we do in the kitchen, and begin to think of how to create something out of, just because we want to manage the house. We have all of those qualities deposited in us. And if we channel them to the right place, we can actually use those creativity, those ideas, and they can be very innovative. Women has the power to do that. So we have other women as well, over 10 of them. They are on the board now, on the slide now, and that have helped in different ways. We won't want to go into that probably after when we share the slide. You can actually do that. One thing we are doing this is to encourage each and every one of you that you have the power. Something is deposited in you that is ready to be born, but we don't give attention to those things. So please, next slide. And so what are the qualities? Sometimes being a mentor is actually being there to see something in somebody that the person does not even know or the person doesn't see. Sometimes you can see these qualities in you, but you don't know that you can actually put them in practice. Or sometimes you don't know, but somebody else can see them and tell you that you actually have these things. And so you have the ability to be able to do something. We are scientists, most of us here, laboratory scientists, a big word. When people hear scientists, they feel you're a solution giver. And so they will come to you in very big facilities to say, oh, we have a scientist here, don't worry. They don't want to do the thinking. They leave the thinking for us. So, but if you don't go in depth, in-house to actually know that you can come up with solutions, then we just bear the title. And so we have all of these as qualities of an innovator. And I know everyone seated here have these qualities. They may not be in equal measure, but I know that most of us have most of these qualities. So let's roll the next slide. So you may have these qualities. You could have the ability to do them. If you are an organization and the organization is not supportive, you may not be able to shine. People like environments where, you know, you can actually, you have a supportive management system that you can speak with, and you have an idea. You can create it into wealth. But if you know that you have a manager where you go and they talk you down, it may actually kill us. So some of these are supportive systems. You could have the idea, but you need people to actually help you execute those ideas, skills, strategies, the style of staff, the style of your organization, the system, and all of this. and the market for it actually matters. If you're innovating a product, for instance, you should actually have your eye on the market. If I do this and invest my money in this, am I going to have the quick return I'm looking for? All that is what we're talking about, that is supportive to innovation. Please, let's write. And so, when you've innovated something, you actually innovated something, and that is what is referred to as your new product. And your new product can be in form of a person, or it can be a process. You have innovated a new process in achieving a product, or you can have achieved a product by all that we're doing here, CPD, professional development, the training you have in school, and all that would have informed who you are here as a product. So it can be a service or an item, basically. The new products, what are you innovating for? You're innovating so that you come up with a better perspective of something that will be acceptable and be satisfactory to a consumer or a client, and then that product will bring productivity and all that. That's what we're looking at. So let's write. So we talk about the new products now. When you have a new product, there could be, the slide may not be very clear, but I decided to use a cartoon caption because I was so excited when I saw it. So people will look at the new product and could see that features have actually changed in this product. So people can actually look at a product and will not identify that it's actually an improvement of the former product, And some people can actually look at something and say, oh, this is a new product in addition to something else. On a lighter note now, you can actually look at some people now that you've known way back before and actually say that they have improved in terms of products. I met 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. Somebody walked up to me and was, don't you know me? Don't you know me? I said, I can't really place it. But I have on my face the Pepsodent smile. You know that kind of smile you have. You just, while you're thinking, where do I know this one? Where do I know this one? And women being who they are, will be saying, what is she posing for? And all that. But this one was kind enough to say, you don't know me, you don't know me. And she told me her name and where I knew her from. Oh my God. There was nothing close to what I used to know her of. And I told her, I said, you are so branded. Oh. Your color, your eyelashes, they are like fan. So you will never know that it's the same person, frankly speaking. So that is what some of these things can actually do when you have a new product. That's just on a lighter note, right? Right, please. So I wanted to use this as an illustration of products that are all being innovated. Before even the lantern, this one there's this other one that the market people use. That burns and then it impacts the environment. And people went up to say, no, this smoke is coming too much. You begin to look for a glass to cage it. And it went on, and the light system came. And even when the light came, people are still thinking and saying, no, we want to sectionalize this light. I can be here, I want to sleep. Somebody wants to read. Can't we have side lamp? Can't we have a head lamp? Can't we have, lamps that we can carry around so that we don't? So every now and then, creativity, people are thinking. So it keeps being modified from one level to another. And it keeps going on and on. And every step that is under the process of innovation is an improvement of the previous step. Next slide, please. And so, when you've innovated and you have a product, you will brand, it's branded. And branding, like we said here, tells people what to expect from your product. Like we said, your product can be services, it can be a person. Assuming we have these two labs, one on my left and one on my right. Obviously, the services from the second one will be faster, I'm sure, more efficient, quality-wise and all that. Am I communicating with somebody? You remember those days we were doing mouth pipetting. You will pipette with your mouth, you will look at color, you will do this, you will do that, and then the laboratory can be so clumsy and all that. But now you have you can have very small machines like this, and they're doing so much work. And of course, what can take 3-4 days sometimes can just take a day or hours, and we have them. Those are some of the things that comes with innovation and improvement, and then it gives a brand. Please, next slide. So, in the health sector, what has innovation helped us to do? I've already passively mentioned about targeted therapies. It tells us, like we heard before, the telepathy thing, where you can actually be, have everything that you want to, especially as it affects to health online. The only thing I know that for now, telepathy-wise, I've not been able to assess is how you can stay online and take blood sample. Also, so we are still very relevant now. And also, we've not been able to do that, but you can actually share results. You can actually discuss these results. You can administer drugs and all that and all that. You can shop for drugs, whatever it is. But that is the only one for now that I know that we've not been able to do. And of course, the robotics and automation are beginning to overflood the markets, and they are encroaching in our space. The reason why we have to be innovated as a product and in our services, because with the robots, you don't have anything. I didn't come to work because they see my medicines. I'm tired. I'm all that. They've just programmed them, and if it is 1,000 results that needs to be produced per time, you have someone supervise and they produce those things. And of course, the point of care, some of us even fight too. Whether we like it or not, it has come to stay. Because most times now people, because of access to health facilities and all that we want to do digitally, people will only discuss issues when it has passed the level of point of care. And so they refer them to facilities, or they come to make sure they do confirmatory tests and all that. You don't expect most times people that can afford to have glucometer and all that to keep. The only thing they do is to come from routine check to actually confirm and all that. But in order to monitor whatever it is they are taking, if they are on glucophage, whatever, in order to monitor and all that, they could have all of that, and all those things are part of innovation. Please, next slide. So, how do we manage the products we have produced? One thing I want us to go on with is that we are here in this profession because of, or in any area, in any space, whether in the market space or you're there because of the customer. You're there because of the clients. So if you are not paid, if they don't pay, the clients don't come patronize you and all that, you're nowhere. And so whatever thing you're doing should be customer-centered. Satisfaction of the customer is important. And when we are on our innovation, all of those things are important. The quality, how do you sustain the quality? Because like we said, innovating a product or services must show that the quality is retained or improved, but you don't go below quality. So you must have the quality maintained of that product. You must think about the delivery. How efficient, how fast can you produce these results? How fast can you reach your customers? How well are you assessing the customers to actually know if they are satisfied or not? Do we do feedbacks in our facilities or even in our place of work? They do it. I know that one place they do it very well is in the banks. But whether they actually give attention to those feedbacks, I don't know. But they will ask, how is my services today? They have small boxes in front of them. They are supposed to have them go back and make sure that they improve on those feedback. So it should be team-based, and it should retain all of those quality. Next slide. It's no time, so we'll run. Next slide, please. Okay. So you have a product. You can't be the product or your process, or you have an item that is the product. But let's assume it is you that want to market our organization. It is you that is our product, that the school have trained, and all our lecturers here have deposited something so that you go and shine and sell the product. How well do you package this product to be sold? It's important. You see, that's why the market business will pay attention to how they package. Sometimes they package something, but the inside of it may not be as good as the outside. But with the innovation, we're talking about all round quality, inside and outside. But how you look actually sells your organization. The dress code. How do you project yourself as a product? Once somebody sees you with the way you dress, how can they actually address you as a product? Let me share one very short experience. There was this time, the banks then wanted to start all this abracadabra. So I ran to the bank very early in the morning because they said they were giving numbers. So I ran very quickly, but in running to the bank, I just carried, you know, one of these gowns that you wear that have puff here. I told myself, I just want to run and go and get this thing. Then I'll come back and come and change. My God, by the time I got there, the queue, I didn't know that some people actually even slept there. So, of course, you could see my displeasure on my face. I was so angry. But somebody was just standing outside looking at me. And immediately they opened the door, he just held me. Madam, come. I said, He said, come, go in front. People were shouting. He said, go in front. He carried me. And I was wondering, I said, what did I do? Where did this man know me from? And then he turned back to them. What is wrong with you? Can't you respect a pregnant woman? Can't you see she's pregnant? I didn't want to complain because I wanted that thing badly. So I just swam in the pregnancy thing. But after the whole thing, I'm like, okay. So because of this Baba Rigana, oh my God. But it tells me something. That the way you present, of course he saw me squeezing my face, maybe thought the pregnancy was, so when he now fought my fault, I started doing it the more. And I finished with it. What am I saying? The way I presented myself, the way I dressed that morning with that big Baba Riga thing, he just told the man that I was pregnant. That's what we do. What do you register in the minds of your customers? Once you come out, you want to sell a product, you want to sell yourself, you want to sell your organization with the way you dress. Please remember this short story I told you about my pregnancy. It's important how we look. How do we communicate? If you have a process and the communication is lacking, then it will fail. That system, that process will fail. Then professionalism. I wouldn't want to dwell too much on that. But you and I know that one of the things that we are fighting as much as even this morning is attending to programs and attending to programs on time. We have our visitors come in here before us. That's not being professional. You know me, I speak my mind as it is. So we must have very strong value. We must be passionate. We should think outside the box. Some of us are so stereotyped. If you go now, the microscope we're using 20 years ago, even when somebody tells you there's an improvement, you say no. Sometimes you hit it from the down, the light comes up, you start. That's your only innovation. But then, we should always think outside the box. Run with the tide. This is digital season. Why don't you run? And all that. Packaging is consistent. Please, let's run. And so we have some of these brands. We know them. The Gogo, the Coca-Cola. And you know, because they have a customer-centered mindset in those products, they think about if they're in the house, the big bottles can serve. But if they're in the car, can we have them in smaller sizes? Can we have them in these pictures? Can we have them in these sizes? And so it's the customer they're always thinking about when they're going about producing these things. Why? If the customers don't buy them, the market will not exist. Like we said, your brand should tally with what is recognizable with you, with your organization. Of course, if you say that my brand, I'm very professional, people should come here and see you out like professionals. If you say, we do this, we keep to time, we do this, we do that, you should be able to prove those things. Whether somebody is there or whether somebody is not there. Please, next slide, let's run. So all of those big names, we know them. And they've been sustained in the market. I tell you, like Facebook, for instance. Facebook will tell you from the beginning when you're going into Facebook to tell them of your date of birth and all that. Don't you get excited when it's your birthday? They pop up and then they bring some of your memories and say happy birthday and all. You get so excited. So you patronize them more. The more you patronize them, the more they make money. And so you're always there. There's LinkedIn. There's some other places too. We won't go. And so Facebook. I want to do my birthday. It's Facebook. Why? Because there's this thing that comes with satisfaction when you go there. They pop up and then they remember your birthday as well. The same thing like we were just talking about, packaging. The voice of your customer should be centered. You should make sure we have feedback from our customers, from our clients. How well did we do? Can we have a review meeting? We have a lot of customers delaying, that the turnaround time is so long. Can we do something about it? Are there equipment that we can get that can actually help us? All of that is innovation. All of what we're saying is innovation. And that is what is driving us. That is what is moving the country. That is what is moving the world. With COVID now, like we said, you can go into your car and you're doing lecture. We can go into your car and you're having meetings. And this is, they've been there, but we didn't discover them, because we need to be boxed up somewhere before we can actually recover them. So we should cultivate these good people's skills, and then we should use these very attractive packages to actually sell the markets that we want to sell. We're almost rounding up. And so next slide, please. And these are some of the advantages that we can get with innovations without anyone telling you. You know that if you do this, the customers will be happy, and all that we have on this slide, if we have, you know, advantages of innovations, in addition to all that we have in terms of how innovation has come into the health sector. Next slide. And so, if they improve our quality of life, they lead to high productivity. We've said all of that. So innovation is good for us, not so? Are we together? Is innovation good or good? So next slide, please. And so these are some of the things that you can say that innovations has helped us with. They've helped us with the computers now that is like our personal friend. Some of us don't even have friends anymore. Our hand tablets, our handsets, our computers are our personal friends. We're always very close to them. What about the internet? What about the laser surgeries? What about the organ transplants? Like I said, you see some of our women now well branded. The ones that don't have ass before, now you see them, they are well padded. The front is padded. All is innovation. Next slide. In conclusion, I want to say that the role of innovation cannot be taken for granted at all. And innovation is what we need in our daily lives, in our career, in our organizations, wherever we find ourselves. And I just hope that someone has been motivated to be an innovator this afternoon. Thank you very much.
One more time, please, let's appreciate her. That was a very innovative one. That was a very, that was a very innovative one. BIA. They don't go house. Innovative women don't go. BIA. So that's how they do it to women. They are very innovative. If it's men now, the closest thing we have to that thing now, God will help us. But that was a very nice one. I learned so much. Women are actually the most innovative people, whether you like it or not. Women, please put your hands together for yourself. I agree with them totally. They are very, very much innovative. The only uninnovative things about women, now our mothers growing up, every day from January to December, one praise and worship song every morning. They are here, they are looking at me, they know the song. As they just wake you up to cease, the first song you hear, in the morning, they are here early in the morning. In the morning, are we? Who know the second song? Go follow. So I see them. Very non-innovative, only that part. All right, let's put our hands together for her one more time. I'd like to call on our daddy for a presentation to the last speaker. Please put your hands together as she comes to the podium.
Please, the last speaker, kindly come up and receive your award. On behalf of the Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, Rivers State Branch, I present to you this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Ibitroko George Opuda as a resource person during the 2023 International Women's Day celebrations workshop on the topic, the role of innovation in new product development, branding and packaging in the medical laboratory practice. Presented today, the 8th day of March 2023. Congratulations.
London.
Thank you so much, sir. In the next lecture, very briefly, since we came in, women have been talking. It's now time for a man to be innovative. So get ready. Ma, you are very innovative to enter pregnancy inside bank. The Bible says from our mouth to the ears of God. As you have accepted that pregnancy, Dr. Ma, as you have accepted that pregnancy, so shall it be now, Jesus. No amen. As I'm standing here, I'm seeing fruit of the womb already. Mama, claim it. You say you want to, you will receive it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having the next lecture.
Thank you very much. I present on behalf of the Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, Rivers State Branch, this certificate of appreciation to you, Professor Z.A. Jeremiah, as a resource person during the 2023 International Women's Day celebrations workshop on the topic, Laboratory Information Management System in Digital Era. Presented today, the 8th day of March 2023. Thank you and God bless you.
You just dey popo me, you just dey go. You know they answer me, ewo, kilo deo, ewo, kilo.
Thank you very much. Your hands together once again for your beautiful selves. Yeah, so I think we'll be sitting down for a bit. So at this point, I would like us to do some exercise. The professor is a professor of. The professor is a professor of hematology, and we know this thrombosis thing. It's real. So please, I would love to crave your indulgence. Please, let's rise up and stretch a bit. We've been sitting for a bit. Please, let's rise up. Thank you. Prof, I'm doing well now. I'm doing well. Thank you very much, sir. So let's stretch a bit. You know, professor is a professor of hematology, and thrombosis is real. So stretch. Please, now you can sit down. Thank you very much. All right, for the last but not the least, let's welcome back to back, because the time is fast spent. So, for the last but not the least, But before we do so, I would like to welcome Mr. Romeo Minini. Please, he is the council rep for our wonderful association. Please, let's celebrate him as he makes his way. Mr. Romeo Minini. Correct, make you clap for him.
Thank you very much. I think I will go straight to the point. Standing on behalf of, let me say that I want to stand on the existing protocol to have a soft landing. I just have two things to say here. One concerning our license. Please, we've been getting one or two complaints about license. If you don't know how to go about it for 2023, visit Port Harcourt office, 34 Emekuku Street, D-Line. Please do so. And then if you still want to take up the challenge to do it yourself, it's very simple. License this year is very, very simple. You can just log into your portal, pay with your debit card. It's as simple as ABC. But we've observed that this year, for those of you that wants to pay directly from your portal, you just go, you see your debt, and then you just want to make payment straight. It will give you a server error. Please and please, we are begging and pleading with you. When you go, you see your debt, click on the boxes to indicate that yes, this is what you're paying for. Don't just say you're making payment. If you just click on make payment, it will be server error. And then some of you are saying that you've forgotten your password, you cannot log in. That is a serious issue because the password server is down. But please, if you are having that issue, that password issue, no problem. You can send your ROA number and your full name to me through WhatsApp and all that. I'm going to send it to Abuja so that we can rectify it. But if you go through the password recovery pattern, it will really be difficult. That will also bring another one known as server error. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing on behalf of my wonderful registrar, the Golden Registrar, and I wish to inform you that my registrar has been reappointed as the Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria CUA again. Please put your hands together for him. So I want to urge all of us today, if you have his number, if you have his direct contacts and every other thing that you can get to reach him, please, please and please congratulate him, give him your word. Thank you very much.
Let's celebrate the council rep, Mr. Romeo Minini. Thank you. All right, before we proceed, let's also celebrate our chairman. Please, let's celebrate Professor Franklin Lerum. Let's celebrate him. He has been here from the beginning and he's been doing great. So we celebrate you. And of course, since you're a man, what the women can do, the men can even do it better. Please, let's celebrate him once again. Thank you very much, sir. All right, so we won't waste much of our time. We're already behind schedule. And of course, for the last speaker for today, and before she comes, let's understand that certificates will be made available and every workshop material presented here also will be transferred to you. Please, let's celebrate the organizing committee. They are working great. They are working great. Thank you very much. If our hands are not busy, please let's celebrate the presence and welcome her for our presentation. Dr. Mark Febresima. Please let's celebrate her as she makes her way. Let's celebrate her as she makes her way. And of course, as the culture is, we crave your indulgence as we listen to our citation. Thank you.
A brief citation of Dr. Mark Febresima. Dr. Mark Febresima Neiwo is a seasoned biomedical scientist who holds a PhD in medical laboratory science, medical microbiology option from Rivers State University, and Master of Public Health in Health Promotion and Wellness from Federal University of Technology, Owerri in 2019 and 2016 respectively. She is an Associate of Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria since 1999 with 24 years of professional experience. She is currently working with the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital in the South-South Zonal Tuberculosis Reference Laboratory Department of Medical Microbiology and Parasitology as Assistant Director and Quality Manager. She is an entrepreneur, teacher, mentor, comrade, and most importantly, a COF activist. Dr. Mark Febresima is a researcher
with over 20 articles attributed to her name in scholarly local and international journals, and has affiliations with several professional bodies. She is a reviewer in internationally recognized journals and a happy mother of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Dr. Mark Fiberisima.
I want to continue with the existing protocol. And the theme of my presentation this afternoon is entitled Creative Solutions and Potent Development for Women Needs. When we talk about creative solution, it would be nice for us to understand what creativity is all about. And before I go further, I would like to bring to you 2 scenarios that came across my way. I met 2 old women that shared knowledge with me, and ever since have betted upon those knowledge, and they've been doing me good. One of it is a woman. One of them told me that rather than having problem with her husband because he was not able to provide for the needs of the family, when she continually sees what is going on in her neighbor's home, the neighbor consistently prepared delicacies, and by the time she continues to perceive the aroma of those delicacies, she is moved to raise a quarrel with the husband. But she has to use her brain. One of such days, she perceived that the neighbor was cooking okporoko soup. It was so nice that she couldn't contain it again. So she went to her kitchen door, behind the door, picked up a wood, take up a machete, and begin to hit the wood. And as she continually hits it, it was making noise. The wood will fly, come down like that. And then it raised commotion in the home of her neighbor. The neighbor started asking, what is happening there? What is happening there? And she exclaimed, she said, wow, I am preparing an okporoko delicacy for my husband and my family. And the noise you are hearing is actually from the okporoko that I'm trying to break. Yes, that is creativity. She made use of her brain. Rather than picking up quarrel with the husband that perhaps will put the home apart, she had to resort to something that she will do that can silence the neighbor. And the second scenario is, during our Christmas seasons, of course, every home would want to come up with rice and stew. It could be white rice and stew, it could be fried rice, it could be anything, but at least there would be rice. And this woman didn't have the money to provide rice and stew or fried rice or jollof rice for her family. So she just went to the market, she bought a very small portion of curry, a very small portion of thyme, a very small portion of all those things that, will add flavor to the food. And she came back home, put her pot, put water inside, lighted her matches, and then the thing began to cook. She added all these flavors that she had bought from the market. And then, guess what? The aroma began to spread. By the time she knew it, her neighbor started asking, what is happening there? Madam, I like what is happening in your home. And she said, yes, I'm also preparing Christmas for my family. Yes, and that's what creativity is all about. For you to be creative, you make use of your brain. You think out of the box. There is a problem. You identify a problem, you want to solve it. There is a question that needs an ideal answer. And that's what we are about to hear. Yes. I would like us to look at the definitions of some terminologies that I've used in this presentation. But before then, I would like us to look at the objective. I have 3 objectives for today's presentation. I'm sure before you left your home, you have an expectation. So one of the objectives I have here is that at the end of this section, participants will be able to live where they were and move towards where they want to be. Secondly, develop real-time creative thinking and problem-solving potentials. And thirdly, initiate the potentials where necessary. So let's go. Definition of keywords. What does it mean to be creative? I've just given us a scenario. The first definition that I gave says, it is the ability to provide ideas, possibilities, and alternatives that communicate to solve problems. The two scenarios I gave to you, you will believe that there was a problem that needed solution, which the women provided. Number two definition says, it is the tendency to publish something novel that is able to provide a need. Most times in our homes, in our working environments, in the church, in the community, there are problems. There is a need. Sometimes it's not all about money. Yeah, sometimes it's not all about personnel. It needs creativity. It needs you to think out of the box to provide a prevailing need. A method or device that is unique to answer questions. A thinking capacity that generates or imagines original concepts for the purpose of solving current or future problems. If you are creative, you'll be able to provide solutions to current and future problems. And the image we are seeing there, you can see that is the brain box of the human being. And that's where every knowledge comes forth. You make use of your brain and your mind, conceive it, and then bring it to happen. What is a solution? Anything that answers a question correctly. There can be so many answers, but does it answer the particular problem you want to solve? The question you are providing, does it able to correctly answer it? The solution you are providing, is it able to correctly, ideally, provide solution to the prevailing problem? And that is what solution is. You can see a group of persons there. What you see, what? It's a question. Why? Where? When? How? And of course, for those of us that are researchers, these are the questions we want to provide answers to in our research. There is the question why. There is the question when. There is the question how. The how has to do with our methodology, the materials and methods. The why has to do with the problem that you want to solve. Of course, before any researcher will move out to conduct any research, he or she may have identified a gap. And that is the gap the person you want to fill. So any research that does not have a gap, of course, is not worth doing. Because the outcome, the final outcome should be that at the end of the day, you are able to provide solution to a prevailing gap. And those are the questions that those people you see there are trying to solve, and then providing ideal solutions. Next slide. Yeah. What does it mean to be potent? Remember, I'm trying to pick certain words that made up the theme of my presentation. Potency is something that has power, will, force, influence, or authority to effect positive outcome. You can see the pictorial that is there. Those are sperm cells. A sperm cell and an egg moving together, the sperm cell trying to meet with the egg so that fertilization can occur. And of course, when fertilization occurs, what happens? A baby is formed. A problem is solved. On the other side, we are about medical scientists. These are, of course, one of the things we do in the laboratory to provide solutions to the problems of our patients. Next slide. What is development? A process of growth, progress, improvement, and advancement. Development, for you to be able to develop yourself, you have to go out. Sometimes it needs you to leave your comfort zone. For instance, what we are doing here is exactly, we are trying to develop ourselves. You attend trainings, you attend seminars, you attend workshops, and all that. This pictorial you are seeing here is actually a creativity that was provided to solve a problem in University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, actually in my unit where I work. Before myself and my colleague were posted to that unit, there were prevailing problems. The machine we work with, there is an automated machine, but at some point it became deficient, that it could not function optimally like an automated machine. And then we started to brainstorm to provide a solution. You can see, if you see the tubes, there are 6 tubes there. Out of these 6 tubes, one is looking very different, and that's the solution we provided. When the automation, the machine is working, actually the machine is expected to aspirate the reagents that we are working with, and then it will dispense at various points. But we discovered that at some point, the machine is unable to do that. It will stop, and that is started yielding errors. It started to increase our error rate. So myself and my colleague put our heads together and begin to think of what we can do. We reported the issue to our director. She told us that she's going to call the people that provided the machine for us. They will come and do it. But then there are samples waiting. We need to provide results. So we came up with this solution, providing the fourth container that has a red lid. And with that, our machine started functioning optimally. That is creativity. Thinking out something to provide solution to a problem. Yes, next slide. What is creative solutions? Creative solutions are unique ideas that answer problems. They are concepts that identify gaps and further provide ideal answers to questions. For instance, brazier that prevent breast cancer. There is cancer everywhere. Women are suffering from breast cancers. People are teaming up together to provide a bra that when women wear, it can prevent breast cancer. That is thinking out something from your head, brainstorming, and then solving a problem. Vaccination, we all know what vaccination is doing for us. In time past, we all of us know how children used to suffer from poliomyelitis, but right now you know that the trend has been reduced drastically, and that is because of the use of vaccination. Anesthesia, we know the work to kill pain. At least the patient can go into the theater, conduct surgery, and come out before you begin to feel the pains. It's a creative process that is solving a problem. We know, we have heard about our germ theory, the insulin that diabetic patients use. Also, access controls, access cards, the beam cards that we use for our logistics, for our supply chain management, and then signages. In our various laboratories, in our offices, you see signages restricted strictly for people that are working in this place. This is biohazard sign. Please don't go there. Some places, the conveniences, you see the road convenience, and then they show the symbol of a woman and the symbol of a man. Those are things that people are doing to solve problems. Customer survey scheme. Our last speaker talked about it. When your customers are coming patronizing you, how do you know that you are satisfying them? How do you know that you meet their needs? You can develop a customer survey scheme. From there, you know how to evaluate. By the time you finish evaluating, you see that you'll be able to identify gaps and then know how to close the gaps. Vacutainers for collection of blood, we know them. Performance arts, those people that dances. I remember Asuekie, you know that when you see him, Anywhere you see somebody dancing like Asieke, you know that it was from somebody. Our musicians, all of us, some certain musicians have tailored themselves to a particular dance style, and that has made their music to be selling. If I ask you now, you begin to call names, say Kitty, there is a Kitty dance. If somebody, a particular person brought about it, and we're beginning to fall in love with the man, we dance it, we buy his music. These are creativities. Packaging and branding, we have talked about it. The way you brand your product, the way you package it can make the product to sell or not to sell. That is what creative solutions can do. Yes. Next slide. Features of creative solutions. It is cost effective. For instance, the one that I and my colleague did in University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, we didn't spend any money. We just looked for an ideal container that can serve the purpose, and we are good to go. Our assays are running, we are producing results. So it does not really need money. It is novelty. You stand out. When you bring out creative solutions, stand out. You are the owner of that idea. You are the owner of that concept. You are the owner of that idea. It is problem solving. It is original. It is emanating from you and no other. It is unique. You cannot find it anywhere. It focuses on results and not false. Yes. A creative person doesn't look for faults. The person is always looking for gaps. He wants to fill it. He wants to think out of the box on how he's going to provide a need for a problem. It is simple, very simple. And then it is an adventure. Of course, you can agree with me. Yes, next slide. What are potential developments? Potential development is a process that ensures good quality of life to all the people in terms of happiness, harmony, and satisfaction of essential needs. Yes. If at the end of the day, after this training, we go out, we are not happy, the presenters do not make us happy, they don't meet our need, a particular topic is given to them and they are deviating, coming here to tell us something, of course, you won't be fulfilled. You will think you have come here to waste your time. But I want to believe that since morning, all the people that have presented have actually done justice to the various topics. True or false? Yes. So you are happy. Potential development, at the end of the day, when you develop yourself, you are happy. When you develop yourself, you go forward now to begin to provide solutions to problems. It is protection against, for instance now, our women, we are prone to violence. When we develop ourselves, the information we gather can help us to devise means on how we are going to protect ourselves against violence. You know how to talk to your girl child. You know how to talk to your boy child. Don't go out in the night. At so time, make sure everybody is indoors. You tell your security, look, before somebody comes into the compound, make sure you inform me. And until I give you permission to do so, you don't open the gate. This is because you have gone out, you have gathered information. You can now provide solutions to problems that are arising currently or problems that will come in time to come. Inheritance, decision making at home and external environment. Inheritance, many of us, especially the women, the families we came from, because we are women, they will tell us we have been married out. Our brothers will tell us you don't have a share in our father's possession anymore. You've been married, go to your father's home. But with information, with development, we have sources to solve such problems. Access to finance, land and property. These are problems that women are facing. Access to education. They will tell you are a girl child, don't need to go to school. I remember my elder sister, when we were growing up, I was told, our firstborn, my uncle, my father's younger brother, said she will not be married because she's the first daughter of the house, that she has to be in the house to take care of the home. It took time. Thank God for my father, because he was exposed, because he was knowledgeable. He was able to talk down that concept in the mind of his younger brother, that every child is bound to be married You don't leave her at home to take care of the house because she's a woman. Of course, you will agree with me that these are problems that women are facing. Equal preference for home calls in the house. We have boys, we have girls, but we always call on the girls. Don't you know that you are a girl? After you will marry, go and wash the plate, go and cook, go and fetch water. Every time it is a girl child. Forgetting that even the boys have a role to play, especially today where technology is advancing. Women are going to school, men are going to school. It would be very unwise for a boy to marry a knowledge and educated woman and then restrict her to the kitchen work. Can it be possible? No way. There will be problem, there will be chaos. And that's these are the problems that potential development can solve for us. Socio-cultural and religious traditions, we know them. I don't want to take our time on that. Yes, next slide. Areas of application, the training we acquire from the seminars we attend, from the workshops, our training in school, the training in the church, our meetings, the local meetings we attend. Where are we going to apply them? Do we just go to school and then bring the knowledge and sit at home? Will you just attend today's training and then go back? There will be no change. You don't want to look for a problem and solve it. You wouldn't want to change your packaging and your branding. You wouldn't want to explore the internet world. There are areas where this knowledge is needed, and that is education. One of such is education in the school. As a student or as a lecturer, what do you stand to do? Are you a problem solver or you are a fault finder? At the end of today, like I have said in the objective, we should move from where we were before and then get to where we want to be. Research. How do you conduct your research? This is a problem that is affecting several of us. After your master's degree, you dump your project work. You don't do anything about it. Your first degree, you don't do anything about it. Then you have wasted your 5 years. You conduct project because you identify the gap and you want to fill that gap. So after that is why it will be very wise for us to embark on novel projects. Don't go and copy. Many of us copy the work of other people. You can't grow, you can't go far. Your voice can't be heard. Nobody knows somebody like you is existing. But when you use your brain, you look around your environment, your community, in the school, in the church, there are several problems that are looking for solutions. Identify some of them and then use them as your project work. And I tell you, but at the end of the day, you will be happy that you did. Leadership. How do we lead? In the church, in the community, some of us are leaders already. In fact, in the home, as a mother, you are a leader. As a father, you are a leader. This training that we acquire help us to lead very well. Entrepreneurship, in politics. Today, women are going into politics. Let's encourage them. Let us also, we too, imbibe that culture of going into politics with the trainings we have had, and then change the situation in our country. Even the global economy, we can influence it with the knowledge that we have acquired. Management in our religion, if in marriage. Recently, I ran into a young girl that I knew had married for 4 years. I saw her with a 4-year daughter in her mother's house, and I became concerned. I asked her, for a couple of months, I've been seeing you with your mother. What's happening to your marriage? Where's your husband? Why are you here? And she told me that their house rent has expired, and that is why she is here. I said, then, where is your husband? She told me, my husband is still in that house. But you told me rent has expired. Why is your husband in the house and you are in your mother's house with your daughter? Why? She started weeping. She started crying. What is the problem? She now told me that, auntie, you know, when I married, one of my uncle refused to attend my wedding because he told my husband to provide at least a 1-bedroom flat. That is the standard. If he is unable to provide a 1-bedroom flat, that he will not come attend the marriage. And actually, my uncle did not attend the wedding. So after the wedding, My husband was only able to provide a self-contained. We moved into the self-contained, and as time progresses, he was able to provide a one-bedroom flat. Now the one-bedroom flat has expired. There is no money. I said that is the problem. You are trying to copy people. You don't have a decision of your own. These are problems that our youths, young girls, young boys, you see marriages crashing, problem here and there. Someone that is married already come back home. I told them, so now what are you doing? What will you do? They are looking for money. When we are informed, let's use the information we have gathered to solve problems. Creativity. I told her, you can actually go and get a a one room. Go and get one room since you cannot provide a bedroom flat. Get a one room, move in with your daughter, and then you save your name, the marriage name, and then save your younger ones from falling into the same problem. So that is it. In employment, in the media, in business. Let's go. Next. Components for sustainable development. Now, we have developed ourselves. One thing is to get developed, and another thing is to sustain it. That's another challenge that we are having. After all, we've been attending seminars, we've been attending workshops. This is not our first, and of course, it is not going to be our last. How are we going to sustain it? Embark on improvement projects that will provide you with diversifying potentials. Let us have that mindset. That you are a medical lab scientist doesn't mean that you must die on the bench. There are other areas. So many areas that we can explore and then use our potentials to solve the problems that may arise in those areas. You can see the object that is being projected. So many things. In fisheries, there are problems that we can solve. In agriculture, there are problems we can solve. In the church, in the community, around your environment, there are so many problems that we can solve. Make investment a habit. Don't eat everything you get. When after going for trainings, workshops, you come back year after year, square one, you cannot move forward. Why? Because you are not investing. When salary comes, you eat all of them. You cannot continue like that. Next slide. Prepare your CV, keep it handy, and network. Many of us, it will be very shocking to hear that even at this level that some of us will not have CVs. I know people, lab scientists that don't have CVs. It means that the workshops and seminars you've been attending are a waste. Get a CV, prepare it, make it handy, send it to your mail, let it be there, so that even on the road, if you see an opportunity, you can just go there and retrieve it and send it. You don't need to tell somebody, I'm coming, give me 2 days, give me 3 days before you go and develop your CV. No. At the end of this training, in fact, go back to your CVs. Those of us that have CVs, go back and include the trainings, the various trainings that you have had today. It will boost your CV. Keep it handy and then network. How many lab scientists do you know? How many politicians do you know? Do you talk with? How many educators do you relate with? How many teachers? How many comrades do you know? Explore yourself, be versatile. Make sure you network very well. Even today, as we are here, I was thinking there will be a time for us to move around, exchange pleasantries with people, take phone numbers, and then we begin to call ourselves. That is what networking is all about. There is nothing a single person can do alone, especially when it comes to creativity and potential development. Yes, next slide. Believe in multiple streams of income. I've talked about it. Invest here, invest here, invest here. The Bible says, sow in the morning, sow in the afternoon, sow in the evening, because you do not know which of them will grow. So you don't die in the hospital work. Make sure you invest. Be a trader, be a businesswoman, be a teacher, be a coach, be a mentor. In all these places, at least there will be stipends that will be coming to you. You see that stream that is falling, it's endless. So many points that water is running. That is who we should be. So that whatever information, our training, the education we have will be sustained. Next slide. I'm concluding. Protect your environment. Manage your waste decently. In this area, we are not doing well. As professionals and as citizens of River State, When it comes to waste, we are not doing well. You will agree with me. When our environment is not clean, of course, we are exposed to all manner of diseases and infections. So let's learn to control our waste and then live green. A public health research that was conducted in Brangham in 2016 revealed that women who live close to green environment has 12% reduction in death rate. You won't argue it. You won't argue it. And in under public health, actually green symbolizes healthy living. So plant crops, plant trees, greenhouse effect, we've been told severally, maintain it, and so that we can live long to eat the investments that we have done. Next. Leave your comfort zone, build your capacity like the way we are doing. Next. Let your voice be heard. Be an example. Don't go to training and then sit with the training. Many of us, we don't like to share knowledge, especially lab scientists. I've noticed it. When you go to training, you want the training, the knowledge to remain with you. When you don't share it, you have not owned it. It is only when you share knowledge that you become an owner of that knowledge. So after this training, when you go back, tell your heads, please, I'm just coming from a training, I would like to share knowledge. And once you share it, it is your own permanently. Am I talking to somebody? Yeah. Let your voice be heard. Talk to people. Do conduct advocacy. Tell people you heard from the portfolio that was read for me. I'm a COF activist. For many years, over 10 years, I've been working in the tuberculosis laboratory, and I'm proud. I'm very proud. Anywhere I go to, I don't want to know who is coughing. Immediately I spot you out, I cancel you, I do something with you. So let your voice be heard. Let people know who you are. Let people know what you are doing. And it is by so doing that your entire life will become a positive influence to other people. If you cannot positively influence people, then you are not good to live. Honestly. It's a pity. Sorry if I offend you. Forgive me. Next. Be an example. You see that person. As you are leading, be an example. Do it. That thing you are asking people to do it, you do it. Do it yourself. Let them see you. Yes. Next. Build your emotional intelligence and have self-esteem. In this place, we are not doing well. We quarrel a lot. In your workplace, everybody is in enmity with you. Nobody is your friend. When you talk, say, I beg go, Nashi, I beg go, I know day. Nashi, no go area, no. How can you network? When you don't build your emotional, when you don't have self-confidence, you don't have self-esteem, you cannot come out and talk. You cannot make your voice to be heard. So improve yourself. Improve your emotional intelligence. Reduce stressful situations. Connect thoughts with emotions. I've shared a particular scenario the last time we were here. Our former director, Mr. Omakule, those of us that know him, he's a very punctual director. He comes to work very early. One of those days I came late, around 9 o'clock. The man was already standing at the reception. What do I do? God, how will I be able to overcome this man? I ran to chemical pathology, dropped my bag there, and then I summoned up courage. I walked towards him, and immediately as I was approaching him, I started talking to him. Wonderful, sir, you're looking good. You're looking too good. See your shoes. Wonderful, your shirt is shining. By the time I started praising him, the man don't confuse. He don't know himself again. He said, you this girl, you're disturbing me. You're disturbing me. Come on, go away. I said, thank you, sir. I ran away. That was how I was able to solve that problem. Make sure you build yourself. Emotional intelligence is very, very important in the life of any professional. Without that, you can't survive. In your workplace, you can't survive. In the church, you can't survive. Whereas if you have emotional intelligence, you can avert quarrels. There is no need to quarrel with your colleague because you will need her or you will need him. Yes. Next. Embrace collaboration and team spirit. You can't argue it. We need it so much. when you want to research. In fact, multidisciplinary research is what the world is looking for. Not the one only you will just go and cook at your backyard and then you bring it. Something that cannot be replicated. No. By the time you call 3, 4, 5 persons, 6 persons, 10 persons, come. I have an idea. There is a problem I have identified. Come, let's put our heads together and solve it. You see that your research becomes a novel one. And it is only by collaborating that you can achieve that with team spirit. Yes? Next. Promote for professional ethics and explore opportunities. Regulation. Our council is regulating us. Is your license up to date? If your license is not up to date, you are a quack. Yes. We have our guidelines, the SOPs. Do you work in accordance to your SOPs, the rules and regulations? Do you comply with institutional authorities and their policies? Do you work with standards? That is it. Without that, you are making a mess of your work. And then I think this is going to be the last one. Yes. Now, going forward, women's development is tied to a sense of self-worth. The right to choose and determine choices. Right to have opportunities and resources. Right to control own lives, both within and outside the home. Right to influence and direct social amenities. Am I correct? Hello? Am I correct? Yes. Nevertheless, even when we have these rights, we are advocating equity like that. Nevertheless, until women begin to exhibit problem-solving potentials, the entire society will be destined to perform lower than expected. Very correct. The greatest need of the time is for women to change their social attitude. True or false? We all need it. We need to improve in our social attitude, the way we relate with people. Yes. Next. Conclusion. Organizations are looking for 2 major skills from people. 1, creative or critical thinking, and problem solving. There are some organizations you will send your CV, they will particularly ask you, do you have critical thinking skill? Do you have creative thinking? Do you have problem solving skill? These 2, they will particularly ask you. So you see that they are very important. They are crucial, especially in the life of a professional. So deficiency in any or both may render any person useless. Develop yourself potentially. Be a problem solver, not a fault finder. Next. Now, I want us to go back to the objectives. Whether I want to know if we have been able to achieve them. Leave where they were and move towards where they want to be. Have I affected you positively? Okay, so objective number 1 is achieved. Yeah. Number 2, develop real-time creative thinking and problem-solving potentials. Have you started using your head, your brain? I want to hear that you have even identified the problem where you are now. And as you go back, you begin to solve it. So we have achieved objective number 2. Good. And thirdly, initiate the potentials where necessary. It's up to you. It's up to me to use the information that we have gathered here. And then I think we can bring it to a close. Thank you.
Your hands together once again for a capacity woman. Indeed, she showed capacity. We save the last, they say, or they save the best for the last. Please let's celebrate her once again. Thank you very much, Dr. Mark Ibrahima. All right, we are gradually coming to an end, or coming to the end of this wonderful International Women's Day. I'm hoping that the way you guys rushed our special guest, maybe next year it will be our mommy, the governor's wife. Will we rush her the same way? Obedience. Will we rush her the same way? I don't want to say anything. All right, let's celebrate ourselves once again. Let us celebrate ourselves once again. All right. So for a very quick one, we'll welcome our mother. Okay. And of course, we'll want to do honors to the last speaker. Please let's celebrate Dr. Mark Sima as she comes for our award. Please let's also welcome the chairman, Professor Lerum, for that honors. Let's do that. Let's do that by celebrating him.
We are very grateful to the presenter, and on behalf of the Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, Rivers State Branch, I present to you the certificate of appreciation to you, Dr. Mark Fibresima, as a resource person during the 2023 International Women's Day celebration / workshop for heavily presented topic on creative solutions and potential development that meets women's need. Today, the 8th day of March 2023. Congratulations.
Magics, hey. Come on. He's over.
trendybeats.com. Thank you very much. Let's celebrate how she makes her way. Thank you very much, ma'am. As we gradually come to an end, or to the end of this great event, we have our mother here. She has been seated from the beginning. Please let's celebrate Barrister Mrs. Bibian Okubele. Please let's celebrate her. It will interest you to note that she is the wife to the Vice Chancellor of the Rivers State University. We honor you, ma. Let's celebrate her once again. And of course, for a goodwill message, let's also welcome her as she makes her way. Please let's celebrate Barrister Mrs. Bibian Okubele. Please let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. It's a Women's Day.
It is indeed our day. Women, are you here? Please, can you celebrate yourselves? It's your day. You are internationally recognized as women of substance, as women who know how to do things best. You have been recognized for the good things that you do in your homes, in the society, in the nation. Please stand up and celebrate yourselves. Is that how you celebrate yourselves? Women, celebrate yourselves. Clap up for yourselves. Hug yourselves. Eulogize yourself. Give yourself a name. And make sure that name is the name you call yourself from now onwards. Celebrate yourselves. You are partners in creation with God. You don't understand yourself. You don't know who you are. I say you are partners with God in creation, in innovation, in originality. Celebrate yourselves once again. Please take your seats like the royalties that you are, while our men celebrate us. Men, if you're in this house, please celebrate your women. Celebrate your wives in absentia. Celebrate your daughters. Celebrate your mothers. Do we have men in the house? Do we have men in the house? Celebrate your wives. Celebrate your mothers. Celebrate your children. Celebrate your sisters. Even your colleagues in the office who are women, celebrate them for who they are, for the help, for the good things that you know they have added to your life. Celebrate them once again. Media, I'm not seeing your hands. Celebrate your wives. Praise the Lord. Please take your seats. It's been a wonderful day. I don't know how to describe how I feel today. And if there's one thing I know for me, I put my words, I put my coins where my words and my mouth is. So when I say I thoroughly enjoyed myself and that I have learned new things today, please take it home because it is the truth. And so permit me to start by saluting and recognizing in absentia our special guest and keynote speaker, Honorable Justice Mary Ukaibu Peter Odili, JSC, OFR, retired Justice of the Supreme Court. Please, can we give her a round of applause? That's one woman that I grew up under. She mentored me right from when she was a magistrate. Then she became a judge. And then I was a young lawyer. And then she became the first female chairperson of the International Federation of Women Lawyers. And since then, the likes of myself have sat to listen to her. And she's a very simple person. The person you have seen here is who she is any day, anytime. And those are the kind of persons I want to become. You just be you wherever you find yourself. She would have said to us that she's either too busy or she has just retired, she wants to just rest. But here she is amongst her daughters, amongst her people. Another round of applause for her. Mama, I love you. Let me also salute specially the chairman of today's occasion. He is my most senior legal luminary and the head of service of Rivers State Civil Service in the person of R.N. Godwins, Esquire. And he is ably represented by our dear father in the house and provost, Rivers State College of Health Science and Management Technology, Professor Franklin Inlerum, my husband's friend. Please, a round of applause for him. Of course, I won't fail in his own capacity to recognize him as the chief host, and indeed recognizing him and his dear wife. The chief host, please, not co-host. Next time, take that into consideration. He is actually the chief host for today's program. Because I'm sure if he didn't allow you do what you're doing today, you won't do it, right? Is somebody here with me? No, you will not. So he's actually the chief host. And then you are the hosts of the program for today. And so permit me to recognize him and his dear wife very specially, Professor and Mrs. Franklin Nlerum. I recognize you, sir. I recognize your presence. And I want to thank you especially on behalf of the Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists for being a father indeed. For being there for us. I join my faith with theirs to say thank you very much. And please always come when we call. Thank you very much. I also want to especially salute the chairman of the Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, Dr. Teresa Awotu Jeremiah, and your lovely husband, our dear erudite and brilliant resource person. I salute other resource persons whose presentations we are definitely taking home to internalize. And I speak that again. We are taking them home to internalize. The chairman of the planning committee, Dr. Adora Patience, Anacletus Onka, and other members of this great committee, members of the Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, other guests and invited and visitors here present, please permit me to specially recognize my women, our women, members of the Tertiary Institutions Women Association. Thank you for always being there for us.
at a time like this when the institutions are closed. And for just a few days call, I remember a few days ago, the president and other members were in our office. And we just put it on the platform. And here you are. Thank you for being there for me. Men and women will be there for you before you call in Jesus' name. Thank you very, very much. Let me especially also salute the gentlemen and women of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I am here representing the Tertiary Institutions Women Association, TIWA, River State. And you will permit me, perhaps you'll be wondering what that is. TIWA is an umbrella body of associations. It has the River State University Women Association, RISUA, for which I am the president. It also has Ignatius Ajuru University of Education Women Association, whose president was here, Mrs. Chika Joy Oke Onuchuku. I especially salute her. It also has the River State College of Health Science and Management Technology Women Association, RIVCOA, with our own mother, the mother of this great institution, Mrs. Blessing Franklin Lerum, as the president. Your president, my president. The association also, the body also consists of the Captain Elechi Amadi Polytechnic Women Association, with her president as Dr. Mrs. Victoria Osaruchi Sam Kalabo. And then the Kenule Sarowiwa Polytechnic Women Association, Kempoa, with the president, Evangelist Mrs. Joy Sobari Ledum Guara. Now, these associations decided to come together under an umbrella body to supervise the rest of the associations, and of course, to go bigger and better, to synergize, to network, to do the kind of things we have been taught to do today, which I assure you again, I'll take home. I'll do a step-down training, I assure you. This will not go in vain. And so we have come together under the Tertiary Institutions Women Association, and it has pleased God at this time that I should be the President General. And so it is on that behalf that I stand here to speak and to say, well done to the members and organizers of this great project. It's a laudable one, and I pray that it doesn't stop here. As a matter of fact, this should even spur you on to do much better. Today, we are celebrating the women. We are celebrating the epitome of who the woman is. The woman has been recognized all over the world, and so a date was set aside every year, 8th March, by the United Nations to recognize her, to say kudos, to say bravo, to say well done, to say thank you, to say go ahead and do what you're doing and do it well because we know you are here. Women, can you recognize yourselves once again? Can you celebrate yourselves once again? Women, oh yeah! Women, oh yeah! Women, oh yeah! Women, oh cho-cho! Oh cho-cho-cho-cho-cho-cho! Ooh-oh! Ooh-oh! Oh yeah! Congratulations! I join the rest of the world to congratulate you, to say you have done well, to say thank you for what you do. Thank you for bringing up worthy children. Thank you for making our husbands who they are. Thank you for always standing by, for being the nurse, for being the doctor. Thank you for being a physician. I remember one day, for information, let me even tell you that I have tools in my house. Every tool that each workforce will use. I have made at least one of them. I have a tape. I have a chisel. I have a scraper. I have a digger. I have many things. I don't want to start going there. But sometimes I find them handy and I use them. Thank you for being technicians, for being plumbers, for being all that the trades we talk about can be. Thank you for being women. And I always say this, that if there is a next world, I know there won't be another one because the Bible tells me so. But assuming there would have been another one, I still want to be a woman. I am not playing about it. The mere thought of having the children that I have will make me want to be a woman over and over again. I'm a mother of 6 biological children, and yet others that have come my way that I have had to nurture and take care of. I don't know how I would have done it if I was a man and I was the one at the reception desk and I'll be going about the whole place. And I don't understand what is going on inside there, and I'll be speculating. When the real gist is happening inside the house, inside that favor room. And then I just stay there, and lo and behold, through me, God recreates another being. And then I am made to carry that little baby, and I'm watching that child. I'll be a woman over and over again, if for nothing else. Women, celebrate yourselves again. Celebrate yourselves again. Men, thank you for planting the seeds. Are you not celebrating yourselves, men? Thank you. We acknowledge the fact that you plant those seeds that give us those wonderful children. We will make better women for you in Jesus' name. Incidentally, this year, the theme is DigitALL, Innovation and Technology for Gender Equity, Gender Equality. This could not have come at a better time as this. And to crown it all, our resource persons have done so well with all their topics. And I am going home again to say, I'll do the needful. Why do I say that this couldn't have come at a better time? Okay, look at the situation we find ourselves even today. Let's even take the day today on. 2 days ago, I was in my village. Today is Wednesday. Monday was Rumuji Market. I'm from Rumeho. And I go to the village to buy my gari. Women clap hand for me, I beg. My village gari is the best. I'm not saying it because I'm from there. The way we do it, see, if you eat our gari, it doesn't matter who made it, it will come out the same. Do you know why? Because they all have the same pattern of doing it. Nobody does gari the same day or a day after. The gari must stay 3 days. And so I went to buy gari in the village. I had to buy money to buy the gari. It's not news, right? It's what is already on ground. But you see, even though this is on ground, there are still people who have POS. And let me tell us one thing. I'm sure you know that POS issue or cashless policy, we've been hearing it over and over and over again, right? So did it have to take a situation like this to jolt us and begin to make us run helter-skelter? I think the answer is no. It's just that we did not go ahead of time. If there has already been a POS or a policy for POS, for instance, and the banks are already available there for us to have our bank accounts, we could as well have made the rural women, or at least talk to them, or sensitize them to also have bank accounts. Most of them don't have bank accounts. As important as their roles are in the society, we're economic giants. Women, clap hand for yourselves. But unfortunately, we are still the worst hit in this time, because most of us, especially the ones in the rural areas, even the pepper seller in the market, does not have bank account. If she did, if our mothers had, perhaps we would have been able to go buy from them the same way we are buying from here, and then we'll put it in their account, because that is what where the world is actually going. That's what we are talking about today. But unfortunately, we are finding ourselves in a situation whereby we have to be exploited, where you have to go and use 30,000, to buy 50,000 naira to be able to buy the things you need to buy. May God help us to go digital and make sure it does not affect us women negatively in all we do. And having so said, I've already said that we are more affected. And so without much ado, I want to end by enjoining us as we live here to go to the grassroots. If what we have learned here is anything to go by, and if the fact that we stand in the middle, in the center of the economy of our nation, of our society, of our homes, of wherever we find ourselves, then as we live here, one of the things we must do is to begin to preach the gospel of digital innovation and technology. Take it first to the homes, to our mothers, to our aunts, to the pepper seller and the garri seller, to begin to have their POS first of all. Let's start, in fact, bank account first, and then the POS, and then we take it from there. They may not know the higher ones, but let them start from this one, so that we are not affected by the things that happen on a daily basis. Even when Corona came, it was after the Corona that we realized that, or during the Corona, that we realized that we could have used online to sell our markets. But these things were there even in the civilized world before now, isn't it? And I can assure you now, no landlord, no shop owner will make guy for some of us, because after the Corona, we now know that we can actually sell our businesses online. And so, may we always be ahead of some of these challenges so we are not caught in them. I want to say congratulations to every one of you that have heard this today. I'm sure your lives will not remain today the same. And I know you will take home something that will develop you further and make you the better person that you are supposed to be. Thank you very much once again for recognizing Tiwa. Thank you for inviting us. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Put your hands together once again for Barrister Mrs. Bibian Okubule. Thank you very much, Mommy. We appreciate you. At this point, you look at your time. It's about that time. I will start rounding up and calling it a day. Before we do so, I don't know if Dr. Adora, as the planning committee chairman, is she here? Please, is Dr. Adora around? Is she around? Please, if she's around, let her know that we please want to hear a word just for about 1 minute of special thanks before we call on our provost. And of course, I would like to also recognize the presence of Dr. Ibiene Kalio. Please, let's celebrate her. A little birdie told me something, that during the course of planning and things, that she did a lot to make sure we are here. Let's celebrate her once again. Please, let's celebrate her. Let's celebrate her. Thank you very much, Ma. We appreciate and celebrate you greatly. It might also interest you to know that I'm also part of the planning committee. You know, Shokuna? I'm also part of this planning committee. You know, Shokuna? People should celebrate me. The problem is I'm not going to put my picture there. God now for finish me. Thank you very much. Please, let's welcome Dr. Adora for her closing and thanks. Then we'll call on our provost to seal it up. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure once again to welcome you all to this great and memorable event, the International Women's Day Celebration 2023 for the Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists, Rivers State Branch. I'm so delighted for the presence of the guest speaker, our mommy, retired Justice Mary Peter Odili, that graced the occasion. Our main, I don't know how to describe you. You are such a wonderful personality. She has been with us all through last week when we went round, trying to send our invite, and with his women group, they welcomed us. The wife of the VC of River State University. Mommy, thank you so much. You have waited since from morning. You have been here with us with your group. We celebrate you guys. I want to say a big thank you to our daddy in the house, Professor Lerum, our host, our landlord. Without this place, I don't know what would have been like. For giving us this place free of charge. Sir, God bless you. Replenish you and continue to reward you in Jesus' name. For our daddy too, Professor Jeremiah, the husband of our chairperson, Dr. Teresa, sir, we thank you so much for standing beside us, for being very supportive. Even when we went to the radio station, he was there for us. We thank you so much, sir. To our resource persons, I say very big thank you. I've learned so much today. Did you learn anything today? Are we going home with something? For me as a person, I'm going home with a lot. I've learned so much, and the council rep, if you're here, please, you have to upgrade our credit unit to like 5. It's not supposed to be 2. Do you agree with me? That 2 credit unit is small for all the lectures we had here today. Am I speaking your mind? Please upgrade it, and the certificate is so beautiful. So he's with it now, he's signing it. Thank you for participating in the pre and the post tests. The results is wonderful. You can imagine our mommy Bibian scoring 80-something%. So I say, wow, this woman is very intelligent. Your result is there. And so many others that are not even medical laboratory scientists, see them scoring 80 and above. I was like, what is going on? Which means this program is worth it. Isn't it? It's worth it. So I want to say big thank you to everyone here, the ushers behind, the medical research team, the outreach team. Thank you so much. To my committee members, my wonderful committee members. You guys you have done me well, you know, to move around, to do a lot. For the past 2 months, we have been brainstorming, doing a lot of things together. My wonderful committee members, I said 3 Boza. I love you dearly. I love you. Thank you so much for your contributions. Without you, I don't know what I would have done. Especially to Mrs. Rejoice Obia, my backbone. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. My chairperson, Dr. Teresa, the go-getter. I don't know how to describe her, but I know the good Lord will continue to uphold her, bless her, and by this time next year, I don't know what she'll be organizing this time around. Maybe by this time next year, we'll be calling the president of Nigeria to come and celebrate with us. Dr. Teresa will say big thank you for, organizing this program with us. God bless you and your family. Now, I want to say thank you to Aaron Spiff Foundation. He has done a great job. He has stood by us by giving us the sound system. He's making sure that, the electricity outage, that we didn't suffer any setback. Thank you so much. Our MC, where is he? MC, thank you, Pedro. Thank you. We are happy to have you, and we'll keep having you in our midst. Thank you so much. So, on a final note, I want to pray that the good Lord will continue to bless each and every one of you. I'm so sorry for bringing the refreshment late. Please don't look at those gaps. Next time is going to be better. Thank you so much for staying here for this long period of time. God bless you as you are going to your various homes. We pray that the good Lord will lead you safely back home in Jesus' name. Greater you, I pray. I pray that the Lord God will continue to beautify you as a woman. You continue to be the mother that you are to the whole nation, not just to your family. And I pray there shall be no loss. In the name of Jesus. Thank you. I love you all. God bless you.
Put your hands together once again for the capacity chairman. At this point, we'll have a word from our own provost, And of course, he's no other but our wonderful Professor Franklin Lerum. Please, your hands together for him as he makes his way. A wonderful man in the red cap who would like to see. God bless you, sir.
Thank you. On behalf of the management of the River State College of Health Science and Management Technology, the students, the staff, I want to thank you, members of the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, for considering to use our college for the celebration of the 2023 Women's Day. We thank you and we are so happy with you. We are saying that you extend the greetings of the college community to the members of your family. And we pray that the association will grow from grace to grace. That next year, you even do it in a more better way. Whatever gap that, that existed today will be filled by next year. And we also want to say that if you also consider us, consider our college good enough for you to use, that we are here to give you the opportunity to host it. We want to especially thank the wife of my VC and the members of TIWA for being here in full to participate in this program. Please extend our greetings to the members of your family and to the various organizations you represent. Finally, extend our greetings to the CEO of the Medical Laboratory Science of Nigeria, who eventually has been reappointed to be the CEO. Thank you very much, and may God bless you as you journey back to your destination. In Jesus' name.
Your hands together once again for Professor Franklin Lerum. Please, let's celebrate him. Thank you. And for the closing prayer, let me call on my friend and my Oga's wife, my Oga on another level. Please, let's welcome Mrs. Abiye Chiladi. Please, let's welcome her now. Let her make her way. She did her things. Come and pray. Come and pray. She don't want to pray. Okay, she had leg a pain now. Okay. All right, let's welcome my sister here. Please, sister of me, who want to come and pray for us. God bless you. Please, let's celebrate her. She makes her way. Now. Now I'm led by the Spirit. Abiye Chiladi will find you. All right, let's pray.
Please, let's pray. Father, we say a very big thank you for today. We thank you for all that we have learned. We thank you for bringing all our guest speakers. Father, as we go home, we pray that every knowledge that we have gained, we'll put them into good use in the name of Jesus. Father, thank you for journey mercies in the name of Jesus.
Thank you very much. I was once again your own boy. My name is Ekpriko Aaron Spiff, and I was your MC. God bless you. And I did it with my brother, Pedro. And we are grateful and very grateful, and we're very grateful. DJ, give them small music, make them dance. I know so Dr. Adora likes dancing. Give her 1 minute of good dance and let us go home. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Theresa Award to Jeremiah. I am the chairman of the Female Association of the Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria. Today is International Women's Day, a day that has been globally set aside to recognize the achievements and contributions of women in every area of life. You know, we talk about science, we talk about mathematics, engineering, technology, and all that. So today, as a professional body, we also had to key into that event, you know, because even within this profession, we have so many women that have excelled. And one person that we actually celebrated today is the wife of a former governor of Rivers State, a retired justice of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, of the Supreme Court of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, retired Justice Mary Ukego Peter Odili, CFR. The woman has achieved so much. She is a pace-setter, a go-getter. In fact, she's an achiever. And she has done so much. In fact, over 500 lives have been impacted by this woman. 500 lives that are still currently benefiting from her benevolence and all she had put in as the wife of a governor. In fact, there are thousands. This one is just from the skills acquisition I'm just talking about. In the legal angle, she has imparted, in fact, she has transformed the legal unit. So even in this profession, we have women who have also impacted life, who have also excelled, who have also made men. Like the lectures we have today, these are women that have made it. We have professors, we have doctors, and their citations have been mind-blowing to see how much they have actually impacted life. So if we are talking about technology and innovation, I think that the United Nations thought it really wise that, a woman is so creative. Naturally, a woman is creative. A woman can transform a situation or an environment, and then you'll be wondering, is it that same? So it is like an inherent and inbuilt thing. So in the area of digitalization, technology, we also know that women have also excelled in it, and we are still excelling. We can't say it. We have arrived actually, but you can see that we want to be named. We want to be mentioned in the events and things that are going on around the world. So the essence of this program is actually to encourage the women to be more innovative, to key into the revolving situation of the world now. And everyone is going digital. Now look at the economic situation of our country now, how it has impacted so many. Because you see that a lot of women, our market women, are vulnerable. Even to operate the phones they don't have, not to talk of their market transactions. Everybody. So it's not just a professional development program. It's a program that we celebrate women, and it's a program that is an eye-opener for encouraging women to be innovative, encouraging women to be creative, and to repackage themselves so that they'll be able to market themselves to the world. And this, that will bring economic gains, to the family, to the individual, to the society, to the association. So that is the more reason why we have this, we keyed into this. Now, as a professional body, one of the resource persons talk about packaging and branding in the medical practice, and we know that everyone is going automation. And just like somebody said, before now, we used to mouth pipette to be able to analyze sample. You be sucking it. But now, no, nobody does that. It's an innovation. It's a progress that we have made. But we are even going far beyond that. So what we are doing here is to tell our people, you have to factor into creativity. In fact, naturally, God made us creative. We are not supposed to be at the same point we are all the time. God expects us to keep upgrading ourselves, expanding, enlarging, our coast and all that. So, and you can never do that without being creative. You must have that innate ability, to do that. And that is the only way we can market our services. That is the only way our customers can enjoy our services. That is the only way that we can make progress, So this day is very, very significant to us, and even
The theme for this year's International Women's Day research digital innovation and technology for gender equality. We are not canvassing to be like the men, but we just want to be recognized. We want to be appreciated. Our effort, our contribution. We don't want to be relegated to the background. We want to be known out there, that we are also achieving, even as the men too are also achieving. So that's the essence of the program today. And I believe that a lot of people have to take back home, and our orientation is changed at the end of the lectures that we have had today. I don't think we can never be the same again after now. Thank you.
So what's some few words for
the words I have for the women all over the world is please, don't just keep quiet and sit down there. Don't feel that you are being relegated to the background. Through awareness, sensitization, education, research and all that, please key into what is happening. The world is revolving. And so because the world is revolving and changing, you also need to revolve and change with the times. Thank you.
I'm Professor Zacchaeus Awotu Jeremiah, a professor with the Rivers State University, Port Harcourt. And incidentally, I am the husband to the chairman of the Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, Rivers State Branch. And I'm here to celebrate them. Today is World Women's Day. And this program is being organized to celebrate women. As a father, as a man, we're here to support them. We're here to celebrate, to wish them well. So happy Women's Day for all the women in the world. You know that there is no way you can spell, even the spelling of a woman, there is a man inside. And there is no success a woman can attain without the man, being part of it. I said something during my presentation. I said, it's normal. People normally say behind every successful man, there is a woman. But in front of every successful woman, there is a man. And so I am so happy to be part of this celebration, to celebrate women, which my wife is part, my mother is part, my children, I have 3 girls, they are all women. So happy Women's Day to all of you and to the rest of the world. Thank you and God bless you.
Your name?
Okay, I am Mrs. Adora Aloka. Okay, I'm a medical laboratory scientist and CEO of Betclair Laboratories. I so much enjoyed today's workshop and seminar because the world is going to a higher place now, and if you stay in your house without going to all these seminars, you will not learn much. The world is going digital, the technology, everything is there. So I learned a lot as a woman, how I will improve myself, my organization, so that the society, I will create a great impact to the society. So I so much enjoyed today's
Your name again?
I'm Mrs. Adora Aloka.